Okay, good evening, everyone. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call the special meeting of the Grafton School District Board of Education meeting to order. And I'd ask all present to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance with a flag on the right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and welcome to the August 30th special meeting of the board. As you are aware from my communication that accompanied the agenda, the Board of Education learned from the community discussions that followed the board's August 23rd, 2021 meeting that members of the public were either confused or unaware of the board's discussion surrounding face coverings at our meeting last week, because the agenda for that meeting did not specifically state that the specific topic of requiring face coverings would be considered, even though the use of face coverings is an important part of our 2021-22 school year plan. As board president, I speak for the entire board in stating that we firmly believe in transparency to allow our stakeholders to be aware of what items will be discussed and acted upon at official board meetings. In order to be as transparent as possible, and allow for all individuals who wish to be heard on the matter of face coverings to have the opportunity to speak, tonight we'll consider the matter of the face coverings policy to start the 2021-2022 school year, as well as any other aspects of the overall 2021-22 school year plan. I'd like to welcome and thank those of you attending our meeting tonight. I remind you that the purpose of school board meetings is to carry out the official business of the Board of Education. Board meetings are not public participation meetings, but official meetings of the board held in view of the public. All individuals in attendance shall observe reasonable decorum. This is not a debate or a rally. In a moment, we'll call for public input as part of our meeting. During this portion of the meeting, only the recognized speaker should be talking. It is imperative that we are able to hear the information being shared by each speaker. In the event an individual's conduct becomes a disruption to the board meeting and the board cannot continue its business, I, as the board president, may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement, request the individual to leave the meeting, or call or declare a short recess or an adjournment of the meeting in totality. In addition, if such conduct constitutes a threat to the health or safety of another individual, law enforcement may be contacted to restore order at the meeting and remove a disorderly individual. With that, I anticipate and trust that all those in attendance this evening will observe the board's reasonable requirements for decorum and respect the views and opinions of others, even when there are legitimate reasons to disagree. Let's let Grafton be a model to the state. We can disagree on matters presented this evening, but we cannot allow our disagreements to devolve into an ugly environment like we've seen far too many times in our country in the recent past. So, with that, we'll move to public comment. I've got some opening remarks regarding public comment, but I thought just briefly, let's talk about where we're at right now. I mean, the board had a properly noticed meeting with a proper agenda last Monday on August 23rd. As part of that meeting, we deliberated and discussed the 2021-22 school year plan. A presentation was made by administration. A number of motions were made. I think in total 9 motions were made that evening. 4 were passed. The elements of those motions were incorporated into the plan, and the plan in total, subject to the effects of those past amendments or past motions, serve as the basis for the plan that we are beginning with this evening. So the plan as was approved Monday night, August 23rd, is the plan that's in place right now. We'll listen to public comment. After that, we'll move into the action items, which we have 2 items on the agenda tonight, which is review the 2021-22 school year plan. The administration will present that plan, again, as was approved Monday night. That presentation will include consideration of masking, face covering options for students, staff, and community members in district buildings and on district premises as we start the school year. After that, the board will discuss the plan, make recommendations perhaps for modifications, additions, deletions, or they could simply adopt the plan as it's been presented. All of that will be done virtue of motions that are made. If there's a second, the motion moves forward. If there's a motion and a second, we'll have discussion. At some point, we'll call for a vote. Those that pass will be incorporated into the new plan. So with that, let's move on to item 3 on the agenda, public comment. I just want a few things regarding public comment. So please note that through Board Policy 167.3, public comment at board meetings, the board recognizes the value of public comment and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. As part of each school board meeting, the board provides a period for public comment to allow citizens an opportunity to express interest in and concerns regarding matters within the legitimate jurisdiction of the board. To ensure that board meetings are conducted in an orderly and productive manner, all public comments, regardless of the matter, are subject to the following regulations. Number 1, public comment participants must be recognized by me, the board president, and be requested to preface their comments by an announcement of their name, address, and group affiliation if it's appropriate. You see the screens before you. Those that have submitted online requests to speak tonight will be put in order of receipt of their request. You'll see your name come up on the screen. We'll ask that you come down to either one of the microphones on the side and make your comments. And when you're finished, we ask that you return through the middle. There are stickers on the floor to make sure that we maintain social distancing. But again, on the side, watch for your name on the screen, and we'll proceed in that way. Speakers will be given one 3-minute opportunity to address the board. The time limit will be vigorously enforced. I've asked a member of the administration team to be our timekeeper this evening. Superintendent Nelson, I believe that's you, right? At about a minute remaining in your time, you'll see a sign to wrap up your comments. If a speaker continues beyond that 3-minute, I'll ask the speaker to stop and please leave the podium. Public comment in total is limited to a total of 30 minutes, unless extended by motion from a member of the board. I would ask that administration remind me when we are approaching that 30-minute mark, and I'll look for a motion to extend from the board, as I believe we have about 76 people that have signed up, right? If you haven't signed up online, but you wish to be heard this evening, there were cards on the table as you came in. Please fill out one of those cards, and do we have somebody available, Jeff, to collect them? Oh, or if you could just get them up to part of the stage here.
Mr. McMahon will come on this side, and Ms. Stouts will go on this side. So if you filled out a card and you didn't turn it in, I think they turned it in beforehand, but if there's someone that we missed, if you want to hand it to one of them now, then they make sure they give that to Kara, and she'll get you added into the queue.
And 76 speakers plus whoever made, that's a lot of speakers. We'd ask, as always, that repetitive testimony or repetitive information, we kind of keep that as much as we can to a limit. So if you wish to be heard, but substantially everything that you were wanting to say has already been said, please come up by all means, let us know who you are and let us know that you support what has previously been heard. But to carry on repetitive nature is not going to be of benefit to anyone. We want to get as many different ideas and thoughts as possible. Speakers shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff, administration, or anyone else speaking this evening. All statements shall be directed to me, the presiding officer, and no speaker may address or question board members individually. Speakers must conduct themselves with civility and respect towards others and must respect the decorum of the board. This is a board meeting. The board is here to conduct official business. We are seeking your input in order for us to carry on that business, but this is our meeting. Again, it's not a debate, not a rally. Prohibited conduct includes conduct disruptive to the meeting, conduct that interferes with the ability of others to be heard or for the board to hear, or conduct that interferes with the ability of the board to conduct its business. This includes conduct that is abusive, harassing, threatening, or personally directed, or conduct that includes vulgarities, obscenities, or profanity. If a speaker or any other participant violates these rules as board president, I may prohibit the speaker from further commenting at the meeting. A speaker who disregards this rule may also be asked to leave, and if the speaker does not do so on their own accord, law enforcement may be contacted. Speakers may not comment on individual personnel disputes, share grievances against individual school employees that do not implicate or that are not of issues of public concern, or share individual student disciplinary matters, as there are other channels available that provide for consideration and disposition of such things. Pursuant to Wisconsin Open Meetings Law, board members may not respond to public comments unless the topic relates to a matter that's been posted on the board's public agenda. So those are the rules for this evening. Again, in the spirit of transparency, it is our intent to hear from those wishing to speak this evening so that we can make an informed decision regarding the 2021-22 school year plans. So with that, we could move on to agenda item 3 here, which is public comment. I will say before we start with the speakers here that I did receive 175 emails since the last meeting. For those of you that have been waiting for a reply, I apologize, but it's been quite busy just getting through those. Of those, 55 were sent directly to the full board. Rest assured that the other 120 that I did receive have been forwarded on to the full board for their consideration so that they know your perspectives and your positions. So with that, I would ask that Beth DeYoung come forward, and then as you see your name up on the screen, this is the order that we'll go in. Again, this is the order that we received the requests. 3 minutes, and Beth, thank you.
Thank you. Can you clarify if I need to say my address?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Beth DeYoung, address 112 Preserve Court in Grafton. I am the mother of 2 children who attend Kennedy Elementary School. I am also an assistant professor of pharmacy practice at Concordia University, Wisconsin School of Pharmacy, and a clinical pharmacy specialist at the Milwaukee VA. The COVID-19 pandemic is a healthcare and public health related issue. Therefore, we should not make decisions based on politics, emotions, feelings, or opinions. We should make decisions based on evidence and guidelines. Medicine is a broad and dynamic field. Understandably, healthcare professionals are not always going to agree, or they may interpret information differently. This is why guidelines are so important and are considered the gold standard in medicine. Guidelines are created by groups of highly educated professionals who evaluate all the existing evidence and weight studies according to their quality. They then form recommendations based on that data and present it in a manner that is easier to understand and apply to patient care. I've spent the past 20 years learning to analyze medical literature. It is not as simple as reading the author's conclusion. You must understand the limitations and the methodology, types of bias, types of error, and confounding variables before you can reliably interpret the conclusions of a study and apply that information to patients. It can become especially confusing when there are mixed results with studies, and this again highlights the importance of following the guidelines rather than the conclusion of one particular study. As a healthcare professional, it speaks volumes to me that all the major guidelines related to COVID recommend masking. There is not one guideline that advocates against the use of masks or indicates that masking is harmful in any way. Finally, I am going to quote portions of a post recently shared by Dr. Jeffrey Dietzenbach, an Iowa Clinic general surgeon, because his thoughts closely resonate with mine. One thing that has really perplexed me throughout this whole pandemic is the lack of humility, namely the lack of humility when it comes to expert opinion. I like to travel. Do I get on the tarmac and expect the mechanics of a plane or discuss the flight plan with the pilot or tower? Nope, I'm not an expert in that. I have the humility and faith that those experts will get me where I need to safely be. I like a nice yard. Do I tell my lawn care company how much nitrogen and weed control to use? Nope, I don't have the time to devote to that. The thing I don't understand is this distrust of expert healthcare providers and the lack of humility. Biostatistics is not easy. True research and reviewing data and studies and articles is not easy. I find it interesting that there are lots and lots of infectious disease specialists and pulmonologists across the planet, and I don't recall any of them suggesting anything that was counter to the most recent adopted best practices based on the most updated information we had at that moment in time. Yes, things change. The virus changes, data and statistics change, discoveries change, and new information emerges. One thing that doesn't change is the expertise of the scientists, infectious disease doctors, and pulmonologists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen Warner. I believe Stephen had indicated in an email earlier that he may not be here, so we'll move on to Ashley Nowak.
Maybe just as a reminder, if your name is on here, we would ask you to go so that there isn't going to be a break because otherwise if we want to hear everyone speak, we intentionally put this on screens with 2 microphones so people can go through quickly. And so if your name's on here, if your name's not on here and no one's in line, then we'll flip to the next screen and we'll get those next people so that Mr. Lorgy isn't having to see everyone's name, which will then limit people that want to speak. And if you want to stay here for hours to give your comment, and we're wasting time in between speakers, we're trying to just make it as efficient as possible, and our staff has worked hard to try and let the community give the board as much feedback as possible. So we would ask you to do that if you can.
Hi, my name is Ashley Nowak. I have 3 kids at Kennedy Elementary School. I live at 1977 Shasta Avenue in Grafton. I want to start off by saying thank you for holding this meeting. I truly believe that this board is capable of making right any intentional mistakes or judgments. Your hard work is so very appreciated. I don't think that there is anyone in this room tonight who doesn't care about these kids. That being said, a little bit of my background. I'm a nurse. I've done home health, nursing home, ICU, surgery, recovery, and I even had clinicals as a school nurse for a little while. I know that viruses mutate, and this is probably not the last variant. The numbers are constantly changing. Anxiety, depression, suicide, domestic violence are all on the rise. And regardless of my 15 years in healthcare, I'm not an expert in any of these things. And I'm not going to continue to throw stats at the board. What I am an expert in is my kids. My son got a packet in the mail from his 2nd grade teacher and was asked to finish the sentence. In 2nd grade, I can't wait to. And his response was, "See my friends." And as important as math and science are, I know that social development is extremely important too. And I'm asking you to let me prioritize what's right for my kids. There's not another person on this earth who knows them better than my husband and I. My kids are strong, but I don't know any elementary kid with endless resilience. So please, let me have the decision to draw this line for them. I want to normalize life for them. Let me decide the risk of COVID versus the risk of anxiety and depression. I can't decide for you how many prescriptions and suicide attempts will be enough. 1% hospitalizations far outweigh the risk of all the other side effects. Please give me the choice to know what's right for my kids. I think that the measures drawn up in July make sense, and to those of you who choose to mask, I don't judge you, and I don't have any ill will toward you. I just ask for the same respect.
If you would please, I would just ask, I understand that emotions are high on both sides, and there will be a lot of excellent comments made on all sides. And we appreciate all of them, but there are a lot of speakers, just refrain, if you can, from extended applause, any applause for that matter. I mean, the goal here is to hear as many people as possible. We're not at a rally or a debate. We're here to get as much information as we possibly can get so we can synthesize that information into the best plan forward for our kids. So, Rebecca.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Saley. I live at 383 Vista View Drive. My daughter is starting 5K this year at Kennedy Elementary School. I'm asking you to please leave the mask policy in place for the elementary schools. This was the right decision. It's unfortunate that masks have become political and that studies involving masks have been grossly misinterpreted by those that oppose them. I've been a clinical researcher at a medical school for 16 years, so perhaps I'm able to offer a little bit more than just opinion. I'm versed in how to read and interpret scientific papers, evidence-based practice, and weighing risk-benefit ratios. I don't get my information from Facebook memes or armchair experts. I can certainly tell you that the research is clear. Over 50 peer-reviewed studies support that masks help to prevent the spread of an airborne virus. The key being when all parties are wearing one. This is exactly why it's not as simple as making masks optional. My mask protects you, and your mask protects me. Masks actually provide mediocre protection to the wearer. Wearing a mask alone has shown to reduce transmission by only about 30%, which is where the rhetoric of masks don't work actually stems from. If masks are optional, the only option my child has is to choose to protect other kids in the class, while others may choose not to protect her. When all parties wear masks, transmission is reduced by up to 80%. That's how masks become effective. But masks are just one piece of a proper mitigation strategy. In epidemiology, they call this the Swiss cheese or layered model, where we layer all different methods of protection together, none of which are 100% effective alone. But when stacked on top of each other, it creates a nearly impenetrable barrier. Those layers with COVID prevention are social distancing, quarantining, air purification, hand washing, vaccines, and masks. We need to keep in mind we're not talking about the Alpha variant of COVID anymore. Delta is a different beast. In my opinion, this is of major liability to the school district if we're not doing everything possible to protect our children and staff. COVID infections are preventable with proper precautions. This is not going to be forever, just until our littlest ones have the opportunity to be fully vaccinated, which will hopefully be in fall. Our little kids fully depend on us to make choices that keep them safe. Our top priority should be keeping kids in school in person, and masks are the way to do it. It's such a simple, free, and effective strategy, and masks do not harm children. There is not one single person in this room that knows better how to protect our kids than the American Academy of Pediatrics, a group of 70,000 pediatricians. This shouldn't even be discussed. Only an obligation to follow the recommendation of experts. The school board made the absolute right decision last week to make masks mandatory at the elementary school and listening to that recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Brett, please. Brett Welzine. Again, if your name is on the screen, if you could come to either of the spots on the floor, would appreciate it. We'll move on to Joseph Prince.
All right. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Good evening, school board members, parents, and all who cared to join us here today. My name is Joseph Prince. I'm living at 1138 Vanna Court. I'm the father of Allison Prince, a young fourth grader in her second year at Kennedy Elementary. I'm an Army Infantry combat veteran and a proud local small business owner. I'm here today, like many others, to speak to you on the decision on masking our students. Do masks reduce the transmission of COVID in children? I don't have the answer for that, and believe it or not, I could only find one study that was not federally funded, and its results were inconclusive. Recently, the CDC stated that millions of children and adolescents, vaccinated or not, should cover their faces regardless of how prevalent this infection is within our community. This school board has chosen to continue imposing these unlawful mandates handed down from our politicians into our school system on the theory that masks can do no harm. I'm here to tell you that that is simply not true. While some children are fine wearing a mask, many others can find it as a struggle. For instance, those who wear glasses will have difficulty seeing because breath exhaled through the mask will ultimately fog up their lenses. What about students with oily or sensitive skin? Masks can cause severe acne, other skin rashes, and confidence problems. What about the general physiology of human beings? Increased airflow resistance during the natural cycle of breathing through a mask can lead to increased carbon dioxide in the bloodstream, reducing the amount of oxygen flowing to the brain. The majority of students will bring only one mask to school, which when worn all day becomes moist and dirty, essentially becoming the ideal growth medium for allergens and pathogens. As it be, I have an even greater concern for our students, the psychological concern. Now, I'm no expert in psychology, just a working man with some common sense here to represent these children without a voice. However, I do know that conveying and interpreting facial expressions is vital to developing human interaction skills. In particular, our young children who are just learning to signal and identify fear, confusion, anger, and happiness. Covering our children's faces obscures these nonverbal forms of communication and expressions, creating emotionless interactions, anxiety, and even worse, long-term depression. Every teacher on this board could attest to the fact that observing people speak is one of the best forms of phonetic development. Do you not see a pattern yet? Simply masking hinders our students' growth. But what about the risk? The CDC's masking guidelines are perversely permissive as well as unnecessarily strict. Cloth masks are nowhere near as effective as N95 respirators, but yet you, the members of our school board, alongside the CDC, blatantly ignore that distinction. This school board follows elected public officials who claim to follow the science, but not yet. One grant has been given out by the National Institute of Health to study the impact of masking our children. How is that following the science if we're totally absent of data points? We must all pay special attention to our young children, the future generation of this great country who struggle with covering their bright faces. Any child who wants to wear a mask should be free to do so, but forcing my child, her classmate, these parents, and their students to make personal health and developmental sacrifices for those adults who let fear overrule their life is just abusive. Before you mandate masking the students of this district, give us respect as parents. Do not mandate masking until you can show us the scientific data representing the benefits of masking now versus the long-term harm of masking our students. God bless our young students, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you for your service. Again, I can't stress enough the importance of hearing from as many people as possible and in the 3-minute time frame as allotted would be much appreciated so that we can get as many different perspectives this evening as possible. So we're going to move on to DJ. Yes. Thank you.
This one working? No. Now, okay. DJ Hamburg, 461 Lake Bluff Lane, Grafton. After last week's school board meeting, I was told to my kids that we had to start wearing masks this upcoming year. The reaction was disappointment, anger, and tears. They asked why they had to wear masks at school, and my comment to them was that the school board thinks that they know how to keep my child safe better than their own mom and dad. And their response back was that mom and dad know what's best for them, and this is why I'm here again today. The school board has done its job in utilizing funds for better HEPA filters and promotion of hygiene, among other things, to keep measures for them as school for their learning environment to be as safe as possible while our children are there. It is our job as parents to keep them, as our kids, as safe, and that is where the mask comes into play, not somebody else's discretion on how to protect them individually. Children at a young age are uncomfortable for standing up to themselves, for themselves. They can do basically whatever you tell them, depending on their age. They could be running in the gym, masked, short of breath, and unwilling to speak up, or just because an unnatural barrier is over where they breathe, it creates them a difficulty for them to breathe. We don't need the school board or teachers shaming children to put masks up if they are having a hard time catching their breath. They are not medical professionals. They don't have a pulse oximeter around to assess if they have shortness of breath. And we have videos from last year where teachers are reprimanding students to put masks back up. If this happens and a child is short of breath and they pass out, what happens then? Luckily this time I'm not alone like last week when I was here. I'm glad to see all the masked people that are still here this time. I was unmasked, I'm still here too. And I'd also like for all masked individuals that obviously are not taking COVID too seriously, because as we make note that cloth masks are all but ineffective, and only about 10% of that And that is if the wearer uses them without fail, meaning no manipulations of the mask whatsoever. And those studies are done on dummies. N95s are about 50% effective on aerosolized droplet, of which this is aerosolized. HEPA filters are as good as N95s, but the Respimat, and I can show these things thereafter, is what was considered the gold standard. But even with just the gold standard, that's not good enough. You have to wear a surgical mask on the outside of that, in addition to a face shield, gown, and covering. Studies do not have, or we do not have studies on children with masks to exist, so everybody keeps talking about this quote-unquote data. The CDC did do one study in Georgia, but it has been under file and drawer because it wasn't the accepted outcomes that they were wanting to be published. From last count, I had 361 kids in 1.5 years out of 63 million per CDC have all died of COVID, most of which have comorbid conditions, of which we have had 809 die of pneumonia. That's over 2 times more likely to die of pneumonia. A COVID death for anyone under the age of 18 is 4.9 times 10 to the negative 6th, which is 0.00049. And most of those individuals are those that have high immune deficiencies. The CDC regulates that there are 400. Okay. Just want everybody to know that as a masked person, you are a higher chance of a COVID contraction and death than an unmasked, vaccinated child.
Thank you. Kevin Steiner.
Hi, my name is Kevin Steiner. I live at 1103 7th Avenue in Grafton. I'm a single parent of 2 Woodview students who both have played and participated in both schooling and soccer with full masks on just fine. I work in statistical modeling, research, and analysis for over a decade, and I am in favor of the masking mandates. Stay safe to stay open. That was the motto of this district for this entire last year. This district balanced both the health needs and the education needs of our children. I discussed plenty with friends and family in different school districts around the state and around the country, and everyone agreed. Grafton, this board got it right last year of striking that adequate balance. When I saw what the board approved last week, I said Grafton got it right again, so thank you. It makes common sense, has reasonable fact-based structure, and maximizes both health safety as well as education for our students. We know masks are safe and effective because it worked in our district last year. We know there are minimal downsides, again, because our students wore them last year and they adjusted extremely well. We know also that the virus has mutated and makes our kids more susceptible. And my kids cannot be vaccinated yet, so they are dependent on you to help make sure that they don't come into contact with other unvaccinated, unmasked students that could spread to them. We've seen other school districts with optional masking and immediately have outbreaks, quarantines, and shutdowns. It's clear, masks make sense. As I noted, I'm a professional, trained in research, and have over a decade of experience. Not all data and sources are the same, and they shouldn't be treated as such when you're making an important decision. People not trained in how to evaluate data and just look at something that agrees with them, they'll usually draw a very wrong conclusion. That's why expert perspectives matter, and they support masking. You can easily find anything on Facebook, Google, or YouTube, including examples from tonight. But you can also say that you're concerned about your students' health and mental health, despite the overwhelming evidence of both personal and psychological studies to the contrary. You can say, look at the data, but then draw unreasonable or ridiculous conclusions. Again, I have actually worked in research and data analysis. When you actually look at the data, the evidence, and expertise, as I have, it is overwhelmingly in favor of masks, particularly for our young students like my 2 daughters. Even our local pediatricians have seen this firsthand, and they have told you as such. The mask makes sense. So I implore you, don't cave to hysteria and outbursts. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug, Mr. Reed.
Good evening. My name is Doug Reed. I'm a parent of 6 children. I have 4 full-time children in Kennedy, kindergarten, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. I'm relying on my blue shirt friends to give you all the statistics and all that wonderful stuff that I've read and support not masking. But I'm here to talk about my daughter. I have a daughter that's going full-time in kindergarten, and she is lacking in connection. And these masks are not helping in this situation. So it's a struggle for her to actually wear them and keep them on and not fidget with them and touch them. All of my children come home with dirty masks that are not helping in any way to keep people safe, to keep themselves safe, to keep other children safe. I ask you to reverse your order and please allow the parents to make the decision for their children.
Vince. Is Vince here? All right, let's move on to Kristin Halula.
Hi, my name is Kristin Halula, and my address is 1060 6th Avenue in Grafton. This is a stressful and emotionally charged situation for all of us, so thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a mom of 2 kids in Grafton schools, one of whom has asthma and isn't yet vaccine eligible, I'm urging you to keep the masking requirements in place for elementary and middle school kids. Masking is most effective when everyone is masked, as is the consensus of public health and medical professionals via the CDC, the state health department, our own local health department, 13 trusted local pediatricians, another 500+ Wisconsin physicians and other healthcare providers, and the National Children's Hospital Association, of which our own local children's hospital is a part. If, after all the data from hundreds of experts, you still need convincing, I'm imploring you to look no further than your own collective wisdom. Your plan last year worked to stay safe, to stay open. We're the only district in the county that didn't close down for a single day. Not only is that something to be very proud of, but it is a success you wisely built on as you created this year's plan to include varying degrees of masking requirements based on vaccine eligibility. My family was exposed to COVID-19, and my unvaccinated youngest had to quarantine for 7 days. Had school been in session, he would have missed 3 days before he could begin viewing but not actively participating in his class activities synchronously. I had to take 5 days off of work. Most parents likely don't have unlimited sick time to manage repeated quarantines for their unvaccinated kids after each exposure. If masks are optional, families will be adversely impacted both in instructional time for their kids and in work time for the parents until all kids are able to be vaccinated if the parents so choose. I've heard many compare mask wearing to child abuse. As a social worker of 20 years with Child Protective Services experience, I've seen and know the legal definition of child abuse, and masking up is not abuse. I run a homeless shelter for families with children that we've had a mask requirement for staff and residents ages 4 and up since March of 2020. In my professional experience, since that time, my shelter has only had 1 positive case, even with shared bathrooms, kitchens, and living space. Both personally and professionally, I've noticed that how parents characterize and model masking up is directly linked to the impact that mask wearing has on kids. As you decide on next steps, I urge you to trust your original gut, continue to rely on the data and experts available to you, keep the current plan for 2021-2022 as is, and do so with a clear conscience, knowing that you have put the health, safety, and education of all Grafton kids first.
I'm Carrie McClurg. I live at 1816 Riverbend Road. Before I begin the other remarks I prepared, I want the board to be aware that there are members of this community who are afraid to speak up in favor of masks because they are fearful of retribution. I also want to point out, as someone who has suffered from mental health issues my entire life, that it's highly offensive to continue to hear claims of mental health issues related to masking when that has clearly been debunked. As I said, I'm a parent in the Grafton School District. We have a middle school and an elementary school student. I support the board's decision to have mandatory masking at the elementary school. In last week's board meeting, there was a question from one of the board members about whether the school board should follow recommendations from all medical professionals, and noted specifically Dr. Marty McCary from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, who co-authored an opinion article recently published on the Wall Street Journal website that criticizes the use of masks in children. It is not a scientific study, nor is it an official recommendation. For context, Dr. McCary is also the author of a highly controversial opinion article also published on the Wall Street Journal website in February of 2021, when he claimed that the U.S. would reach herd immunity by April. In fact, we've not reached herd immunity, and we're nowhere near close to such a thing. As of August 27th, the New York Times reported, based on CDC data, that COVID-related deaths have risen to an average of more than 1,000 per day for the first time since March. Locally, Ozaukee County and every single county surrounding us have high COVID transmission. The Cap Times reported on August 27th that in Wisconsin, COVID-19 hospitalizations have increased by 365% from just 1 month ago. Official recommendations made from organizations such as the CDC and AAP aren't based on the opinion of only 1 or 2 doctors, and they often require significant data to support those recommendations. For example, on the CDC webpage that discusses the use of cloth masks to control community spread of SARS-CoV-2, they provide citations for 65 studies that support their recommendations. It's critical to recognize that there's a difference between the informal opinion of 1 or 2 doctors or medical professionals and the recommendations that come from an overwhelming portion of a medical community as a whole. I'm not sure what justification the district has in removing universal masking as a mitigation, particularly at the elementary level where no students will be vaccinated. I've seen reference to the fact that there was low transmission in the schools last year, which actually supports the use of masks because the kids were all wearing masks at the time. There's reference to the MERV 13 air filtration, but air filtration is most effective when it's used in conjunction with masking, according to both CDC and the EPA. You know, we have students in the district who can't wear masks for legitimate medical reasons, and they rely on the rest of us and the rest of our children to help protect them. We have students whose family members who are at high risk, who rely on our community and our students to help protect them and their family members until everyone else can get vaccinated. The final thing I'd like to say to this board.
Time.
Thank you. Susan. Susan.
Hello. My name is Suzanne Beck. I live at 1869 Shady Lane in Grafton. I have a daughter that is doing her 4th year at Woodview. First, thank you. Thank you for the work that you all do and the time that you've put into our community. I know it's been a lot these last few days. Thank you also for keeping our district open, once again, for the entire year and keeping our children safe. Having my daughter in school last year meant everything. For students living with an undiagnosed mental disorder, in-person learning meant and will continue to mean everything. We experienced this firsthand. If our daughter had been virtual, we easily could have written off her behavior as a result of frustrations and online learning. Her distractions were merely being over Zoom, like we all are. Instead, with your help and educated decisions, we were able to keep her in school almost all year. There, she flourished through connections with friends and learning from an amazing educator. Last April, with the help of school staff, our daughter was diagnosed with ADHD, a common disorder that she now calls her superpower, a disorder we would not have known about had it been virtual, a disorder that, if not diagnosed, would have led to arguments, anger, frustration, and feelings of helplessness in our 8-year-old daughter. A disorder that makes it all but impossible for her to focus and absorb learning online, isolated from her peers. For children with or without disabilities, we need to stay safe, to stay open. Now, I'm telling you this because Grafton is an amazing school district, and I'm here to remind you of your elected duty to maintain this district's commitment to safety and excellence. Now, our story is just one of many. There are children with other diagnoses. One of my dear friends, Landon, has been diagnosed with cerebral palsy. And I understand there are children who struggle with masks due to a variety of health issues. There are also children with significant health conditions that make COVID-19 dangerous.
These children, whose parents love them every bit as much as we love our daughter. For each of these families, I hope we can come together and use this opportunity to teach our children what it means to be a community that takes care of each other's with empathy, even with differences. Thank you all for your diligent work in the last 18 months.
Connie.
Hi. There you go. Good evening. My name is Connie Shumacher. I live at 1549 Gloria Lane in Grafton. I have 4 kids in the Grafton School District. I'd like to discuss the statement that masking is a small price to pay to keep our kids safe. The first question is, does masking really keep our kids safe? And even, how much danger are our children in from the risk of COVID-19 complications? I have not seen a conclusive body of evidence that masking is effective to reduce the spread of COVID in the school setting. There is much speculation and even recommendations from the CDC and AAP, but I have not seen the evidence to support these. The CDC themselves recently released a study that masking children did not reduce the spread of COVID in schools. This was separately emailed to the board. This is just an example of the contradictory data that is out there. Masking is not the golden ticket to prevent COVID infection. I believe that COVID is now here to stay. There will always be another variant. We must start to think long-term and implement mitigation efforts that are not harmful to the overall well-being of our students. Even with the Delta variant, less than 1% of kids aged 0 to 9 in Wisconsin with a positive COVID test result were hospitalized, and there have been 0 deaths throughout the pandemic. Children are still more likely to die of complications from the flu or RSV versus contracting COVID. With the very high adult vaccination rate in our county, there already is a level of protection for those concerned that children may pass the infection to an immunocompromised family member. And while I do feel for these families, I also know that COVID is not the only thing for them to fear. Many infections are and always have been and always will be lurking in the community, posing a significant risk to them. The second question then is masking really a small price to pay? I have personally experienced many serious negative side effects from masking my children. I've seen a delayed response in speech therapy for my son and heard endless complaints about difficulty in paying attention because the mask is itching or wet or they have a rash or it's hurting their ears. I have seen my kids frustrated to the point of tears because they cannot understand their teachers, both verbally and non-verbally. I have seen struggles relating to peers and feeling isolated because they cannot pick up on social and emotional cues. I have seen the loss of learning that occurred last year and have no doubt that some of it was related to universal masking. America is also fighting a war on mental health. These kids do not have time to wait out the pandemic. This is a critical time in their development, and the long-term risks on their mental health are too great. This is especially true for those kids who already struggle with anxiety and depression or live on the edge of being socially competent. I wholeheartedly believe that my concern, the impact masking has on the academic, social, and emotional well-being of my children is real and valid and should be given just as much weight as the concern for contracting COVID. Due to the lack of conclusive evidence surrounding the efficacy of masking, I should be able to discern which of the concerns surrounding masking are most relevant to my child's future. I strongly urge the school board to start the school year with an optional masking policy. Thank you.
Karen.
Hello, I'm Karen Nersbeen. My address is 1213 Iris Lane, and I currently have 3 students in the Grafton School District. Many people have stated, there are many studies out there. I know I've sent 47 of them that were, in effect, stating that masks do not work, and also sent several videos about how much oxygen or lack of oxygen people are getting when wearing masks. This is my point, is that people who have been wearing the masks tend to have less cognitive thought process as opposed to that whatnot. My children have come home several times, and I cannot count how many times how they came home last year with headaches and complaining of headaches and texting me during the day, "Mom, I have a headache, can you come pick me up?" I picked up my children several times from school because they complained of having migraines. This, I believe, is from the lack of oxygen they are getting while they're wearing the masks. I understand this because I myself, within 5 minutes of wearing a mask, also get a headache. One of the best defenses that our school has done, which I applaud you guys as school board members, is that you have implemented and upgraded the environmental systems in the mitigating the spreading of the virus. This, per an occupational and environmental toxicology as a senior industrial hygienist stated, was the best defense against COVID. Even the packages on some of the paper masks state, they do not reduce your risk of contracting any disease or infection. If you are not allowed to maintain your innate immune system and allow it to do its own job, by masking up, you are limiting that, and the function is properly, it will not be exposed to the viruses. My question is why do we not spend more time trying to build up our immune systems instead of destroying them with the masks? I want to say this one. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." By implementing mandates, you are violating the constitutional rights of the citizens of our county and our state and our city and our schools. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is what is stated in the Constitution. Liberty is defined as the power to choose, the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority of one's way of life, behavior, or political views, freedom from physical restraint or arbitrary control. If you are truly an American that believes in the Constitution, what our great nation was founded on, then your only option is to vote for freedom of choice. Thank you.
Jason, again, please ask Jason, please.
Yes, hello. I'm Jason Kaler. I'm at 209 West Highland Drive. I spoke at the school board meeting last week and cited a couple of statistics. I would just like to update, and I think it's important for everyone to understand where statistics that are cited come from. These statistics are from the American Academy of Pediatrics. And last week, I reported that in the past week, nationwide, 24 children had died of COVID in 1 week. This week, now we have 2 weeks of data going back prior to that meeting. We're up to 47 children that have died nationwide in the past 2 weeks due to COVID from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The past 2 weeks make up roughly 2.5% of the duration of the COVID pandemic. However, 11% of children's fatalities have occurred during this time. If anyone thinks that the Delta variant's impact on children is not dangerously worse than it was a year ago or 3 months ago or 3 weeks ago, that is statistically incorrect. The second thing, you may say, well, that's nationwide or in Wisconsin. That's not happening in Wisconsin. Well, in Wisconsin, 3.6%, and this again is from the American Academy of Pediatrics, 3.6% of all hospitalizations from COVID are children. That is the highest rate of any state in the country. Again, American Academy of Pediatrics, 3.6% of all hospitalizations are children. I cite those statistics because we are trying to decide whether our children that are unvaccinated should be wearing masks in school. And I think those statistics speak for themselves. And the last thing I will cite is a statement from the National Academy of Sciences, which stated that public mask wearing is most effective at reducing the spread of the virus when compliance is high. And the only way to assure that compliance is high is to mandate masks for elementary school students. And I would just ask the board, last week, I believe the vote was 6-1 or 5-2 to pass this measure. And I would ask the board, if you choose to vote differently this week, I would be very interested to hear a discussion as to what was said tonight in this room or that you learned of via email that changed your mind. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Malloy. I live at 1216 Iris Lane in Grafton. I have a middle schooler and 2 elementary school. I do have 2 group affiliations. I'm an American and a Christian. It has been stated that there are no incidents of COVID in summer school. I have an email to tell you here that in Session C on August 2nd, I received an email stating that my son was in the same class as a student that tested positive. The same email stated that the contact tracing indicated that the student was not present in my son's class during his infectious period. The success of summer school is being misrepresented. There was an objection to proper mask wearing, concerns about touching their face, touching their mask. It's better than nothing. And those of you that feel that you shouldn't make a health decision for my child, well, good. So please don't let your unmasked child share their germs with mine. Your child wearing a mask protects mine, just like a surgeon wears a mask to protect his patients from infection. The ADA's definition of disability discrimination includes a failure to make reasonable modifications in policies and practices when such modifications are necessary to allow people with all disabilities full participation in services, programs, and activities. A modification requiring masks in class to allow immunocompromised students to participate in school programs, particularly in districts that no longer offer remote options. We allow service dogs and make accommodations for those with allergies. For example, if there's a peanut allergy in the classroom, we don't allow the other kids to bring peanut butter, not just the child with the allergy. I'm going to quote from my neighbor, Dana Coretti, a physician assistant with a master's in medical science. She's currently employed with Physicians Urgent Care in Ascension. A common misconception that she hears, oh, she's got 2 kids in high school, in regards to mask wearing, is that it's dangerous to the child's physical and mental health. To date, there's not been a single quality study that's been showing that masking has adverse effects. The Grafton school system prided itself on being one of the few schools in the district that did not have to shut down last year. We are fortunate that we have a later start date and can learn from schools in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Montana, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia, who have attempted to reopen with no mask mandates in place and have already shut down due to large outbreaks. Please help our children in the community be safe by passing the mask mandate for all grades K through 12.
Thank you. Sarah.
Hello, my name is, can you hear me okay? Oh, hi. My name is Sarah McClurg, and I live at 1244 Audubon Avenue. First off, I would like to commend you all on the collaborative work you've done at the August 23rd school board meeting. It has recently been called into question whether or not the school board violated any open meeting policies last week, and you and I both know that is simply untrue. Despite the criticism the board has received, it is showing its due diligence tonight to the community by holding a second meeting in order for all voices to be heard on the mask mandate at the elementary level for the start of the 2021-2022 school year. I'm not going to repeat my views on mask mandates or its requirements. My 5th grader did an excellent job of expressing our family's views last week to the school board. Instead, I'd like for all of the elected officials on the school board to take a moment to remember what the value of your seats hold, which is the responsibility of making wise decisions on behalf of each and every student in the district. Despite what your own political opinions may be, your job is to have a fair outlook on the safety, health, and well-being of all the children you represent. Education and public health are 2 bipartisan issues that collide when we discuss how to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and its variants. My children and I watched in person last week the excellent job you all did, along with the superintendent, to make a collaborative and cooperative decision on the issue. Some board members wanted middle school and elementary school students to mask up. Others wanted mask optional for all levels. As someone like yourselves in a leadership role, it can be difficult to take a stance on a position that others won't agree on. But as someone in an elected position, it's also necessary for each of you to work together to find the middle ground on the matter. I believe that was done properly the first time at last week's meeting. I encourage you to continue to implement the recommendations from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics for unvaccinated children in close quarters inside buildings. Superintendent Jeff Nelson said himself last week that social distancing inside classrooms would be a difficult task because there was simply not enough space in buildings to implement distancing, and that was visibly noticeable while attending the Great Star conferences at Woodview Elementary School this afternoon. Please do not unravel the work that was done last week to protect the youngest unvaccinated people in our community. My request is for the Grafton School District Board of Education to keep the mask mandate at elementary school level, which was voted on in the correct manner last week, as we move forward into the new school year. Much like the Woodview Way saying goes, be responsible, be respectful, be safe, and be ready to learn. Thank you.
Sean.
Mr. Lorgy, we do, I apologize, but we've gone past the 30 minutes by a little while. So we do need a motion from a board member to extend it.
As I indicated in the opening remarks regarding public comment, board policy is that they be limited to 30 minutes. We knew going into this evening that there were quite a few people that needed to speak, so I'd entertain a motion to extend the period for public comment for another 30 minutes.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes. Thank you, Jeff. Sean Brennan. Lisa Brennan. Jessica Brunkwell. Jamie Lubner. Again, if you see your name on the screen, please come forward and stand on one of the dots on the floor so we can be prepared and ready to go. Thank you, Dana.
Absolutely. Good evening. I live at 135 Aquaview Drive in Cedarburg, which is the town of Grafton. I thank you all for being here this evening. I've had the pleasure of speaking with most of you over the course of this week, and I appreciate all of the time that you've put into making this decision. It's not an easy one. It wasn't an easy decision when you decided to put all of our students, or give us the option, to go to in-person learning. Most of our area did not do so. We didn't know how it was going to go, but we took that step forward and we gave the community the ability to choose, in-person or virtual. We put safety measures in place. We followed protocols to do the best we could to protect our kids, and we did it successfully. Most of our community took that opportunity, and we were there every single day this year. I commend you for that. There was fear involved, I'm sure, and you had to qualitate that fear with facts and discern what might be best for the best learning opportunity for our children. I think many have mentioned here tonight that we don't have conclusive evidence on the masks. I, last October, would have stood here and said, we need to continue putting the masks on our kid because any benefit would have been worth it in that landscape. However, today we have a different trajectory. We have a community that is highly vaccinated. Vaccination protects those that are unvaccinated at a large level. We have a lot of data that we didn't have last year as to how this has affected our children. I am fearful of this variant. I am afraid of what might happen. I don't want anything to happen to my kid or any kid. But masking has an impact beyond, coronavirus has an impact beyond the viral contraction. I'm not going to go into statistics because others have done that. My son has dealt with speech since he was 2 years old. I held off on having surgery. I paid for private speech speech therapy for him. He had his surgery delayed until July of 2020. We made strides following that surgery, and upon going into 4K, he saw a depreciation in the successes he had gained. He lost some of the speech. He was not able to say his name until he had that surgery, and he was successful before he went into 4K. That had an impact for my child. I continued to pay for private speech pathology because he didn't qualify within the school district. He didn't fall in the lowest 5%. That is a privilege that I have that everybody doesn't have. And I think at this time, many have noted, because we don't know how effective the masking is for our youngest children, who are, in my opinion, at the lowest risk and have the greatest to lose in their education and social emotional learning, that we need to take the opportunity that we have right now with the state of our community, the numbers that are there, to obtain the data to compare to the success of our masks last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Dana Carenti. Amanda Jameson.
Hi, Amanda Jameson, 744 Lancaster Court. Thank you for calling this meeting. The Grafton School District has already piloted a masks optional policy, which went over with great success. Summer school was attended by over 900 of our elementary and middle school students and staff. Very few wore masks. And it was amazing to finally see the faces of so many kids and staff that I'd never seen before. Over the course of the program, 0 cases developed, even though numerous activities were held indoors and inside classrooms with minimal social distancing. It made sense then when this board almost unanimously approved and published a plan in July that endorsed parents' right to choose if their kids would be made to wear a mask. Our community is ready to let parents decide. You cannot continue to fundamentally alter the school experience and forfeit our children's opportunity for a normal year and the best education possible. We have other mitigation strategies in place. No one's worked up about those because they clearly work and have no downside. It's not that simple with masks. We shouldn't force our kids to grow up behind a mask until there's only so much as a singular board member is willing to take. This board has never asserted that their goal is to minimize spread no matter the cost. Otherwise, we'd still be virtual. The most sensible approach balances limiting spread with other things that matter. Seeing each other's faces matters. Connection matters. Normalcy matters, especially to children who have borne the burden of other people's fears for far too long. Normalcy is part of public health, too. On Monday, a board member claimed that masking should be required because it's simple, but I disagree. Masks has been a part of our life for a year and a half now, and it's affected each of our 3 kids differently. Our 7-year-old shrank behind his mask. It became a safety blanket, allowed him to hide from others and not have to engage, to the point he wouldn't take it off after school, and other times it would have been appropriate. Our 5-year-old is more resilient. She could do masks forever, and she'd be fine. We're grateful for that. Our youngest is another story. He puts it on, but plays with it, removes it, ultimately refuses to wear it, and I can't physically force him to wear it. He is beyond excited to start school this week, but it pains me to think how he'll feel about school and about himself when his first experience is tainted by constant discipline regarding the mask. Respectfully, the board is not qualified to estimate the negative impacts of mask wearing on my children, and neither are other parents. Each parent should decide if wearing a mask is best for their child. I refuse to accept that my young kids must start another school year in masks because some people think it feels safest. Stop making decisions for everyone based on worst case scenario fears. Stop mandating that we treat our kids as if they're constantly contaminated. Recognize that normalcy is also a priority. Let parents weigh the risk of the virus against mask wearing. Do the right thing. Hand the decision back to parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Stemper. John Skolman. John. Welcome back, John.
John Skolman, 250 West Birch Street. Only 2 kids in the district because 1 graduated recently, and that's good. I'll keep it short because you all know how I like long meetings. Ms. Jameson hit it right on the head, and I think you all did at one point back in July. I thought the issue was settled. We're going to go with the administration's recommendation. Seemed like a well thought out plan to me. I was very surprised at the last meeting. I watched it online. So I would ask that you would rethink it and go with the administration's recommendation. After all, we hire them and we pay them, you know, to do the research and recommend things to us, right? And so when that happened, you know, we ought to lean towards that, is my opinion. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Mike Brown. Mike.
Good evening. My name is Mike Brown. I live at 2367 Kaler's Court. I've been a clinical pharmacist for 25 years, and I teach courses in medical literature evaluation. My clinical practice is largely public health focused and includes COVID-19 vaccinations and mitigation strategies. The Delta variant is 2.5 to 4 times more contagious than the original COVID strain. That is what makes this problem challenging for us and why we need to consider this again, and why the decision last week was correct. Along with the vaccine, masks work to reduce cases and deaths. There was a publication in 2021 from Guy and colleagues that demonstrated that the mask wearing, when mandated, does reduce the number of cases and deaths in a range of 1 to 1.8% decrease of cases and deaths per day. That may sound small, but when that's extrapolated over days and weeks, that changes into a 50% decrease in cases and deaths over the course of 6 to 7 weeks. Masks are approximately 10 times more likely to help prevent transmission of the aerosols that carry COVID-19 if everyone wearing the mask is using them, as opposed to a case-by-case choice. There have been publications that demonstrate this, that if both persons are wearing the mask, that it reduces those aerosols by 95%. Vaccinated individuals are less likely to get COVID Delta variant because the vaccine works. But if someone does get a Delta variant infection, that person, regardless of vaccination status, is contagious for about a week, including roughly 2 days before symptoms occur, if the symptoms occur at all. That means that the mask that we're wearing is protecting other people. If masks are not required for our staff, students, and visitors in our grade levels that cannot be vaccinated, we are leaving a vital proven countermeasure on the sideline. The COVID-19 Delta variant is an opportunistic infectious virus. Masks limit the virus opportunity to infect others. Conversely, the absence of a mask requirement accentuates the opportunity for the virus to infect others. COVID-19 doesn't care why we let our guard down. It doesn't show mercy to our loved ones. It is not tired. It does not long for normalcy. I appreciate the board's consideration of the matter, and I would encourage you to stay with the decision that was made last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Williams.
Hello, board. Thank you again for all your hard work and for organizing this meeting, allowing this meeting. As a school board, I know you have a thankless, difficult job. On the same hand, as parents, we care more about our kids than anyone else, and we will fight for them in any situation. What matters is our kids and their mental as well as physical health. So all this talk about those, quote, sanitary masks. Last year, I worked as a teacher's assistant in the Cedarburg School District. I saw the masks discarded in about every situation, on the floor, with spilled applesauce in them, touched by germy hands 100 times a day, in the dirt, etc. And I know parents have said, my child has been a trooper with this mask and doing great. Yet what I saw paints another picture, looking at it from another angle inside the school. Most kids don't care about whether their mask is clean. They just want to head to lunch and recess with their friends. Breathing the germ-infested recycled air all day, is that helping them stay healthy? Also regarding staff, it makes their already tough job harder, not easier. Communication with kids is more challenging with masks. I know. And also from the kids' point of view, understanding the teacher's facial expression is almost impossible. This mandatory masking of our kids and staff has gone on long enough. We now understand this virus better than a year ago, and the vaccine is available to those who are vulnerable, which science shows us it's not children. Our long-trusted pediatrician here in Grafton assured us that kids are not vulnerable to this virus, and he does not encourage vaccination or masks in kids. We also emailed the board numerous studies done at reputable universities proving that cloth masks are at best 10% effective. My daughters have attended, I forgot to say my name, I'm sorry, Erin Williams, 2312 Ridgewood Road. I'm so nervous. Okay, my daughters have attended Woodview for 7 years collectively, and although they are no longer students in the district, we still live in the Grafton community, and I care very much about the kids here. I saw it with my own kids last school year. My first grader is very social, and with the restrictions last year, I'm convinced it put her in a bit of depression. I heard on a regular basis that she couldn't see her friend's face. My fifth grader also has social communicative disorder, clinical anxiety, ADHD, and the same for her. Masks just made communication and socialization even harder for her. Having a special needs child and also a mother, my mother is a teacher for 35 years, I know that especially during elementary years, seeing facial expressions are so essential to mental development. We are stunting the mental growth of these kids by continuing to mask them and staff. So thank you for your consideration.
Matthew Reha.
Good evening, Patrick Stemper, 957 Lakeland Road, Grafton. I just got here, so I didn't hear what everybody else said, so I apologize if I repeat some of the things, but I emailed all the board members, so I'm not gonna go into detail, sort of the reasons I said, but in those emails, but in kind of summary, my big concern is why this particular thing does the board feel the need to start interfering in parents' decisions regarding health concerns for their children? The board, so far as I know, based on the law of research and policy, can really only kind of interfere on immunization. We have a state immunization program, but we have a waiver to opt out of that. And the reason for that is because parents make the decisions on what immunization, excuse me, their kids have. So if that's a decision that the parents are allowed to make and opt out of if they choose not to, and essentially we're putting masks on the children and staff, vaccinated or not in certain instances, for health reasons, what's different about this? I mean, from a legal standpoint, the state of Wisconsin is no longer in a state of emergency regards to COVID. I mean, you can argue that point, whether they should or shouldn't, but the fact is they are not. Ozaukee County is not. So far as I know, the village of Grafton is not in a state of emergency. So why, if we're not in a state of emergency on local to state level, why are we taking health decisions away from parents? I think that's my right, wrongly or rightly, to choose, not, frankly, the 7 of you. I respect what, thank you. I respect the plan that was put forward by the administrative staff. I felt that it was reasonable. I felt that it was likely going to be effective, and I felt it absolutely unnecessary at the last meeting to make motion after motion to change something that most of us thought had already been decided. I looked at the burden rate from last year to now, and there's a lot of spikes and different things in there that I don't think today is drastically different from summer school, the end of summer school that was starting to spike. We didn't call a special meeting to put masks back in, do the 2020-21 measures then. So I kindly ask you to rescind the plan from last Monday and put it back to what it was. Thank you.
Jacqueline.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Trade. I live at 1742 11th Ave. And I just wanted to come here to say that I understand the difficult position that the board has been put in, and to say that no matter what decision is made today, there are going to be people who are unhappy on both sides. And I also wanted to say that I have 2 kids in the Kennedy School District. I do worry about their health and safety. I think the board made the right decision last week when they supported masking. I'm not going to stand up here and I don't have any additional data or statistics to add to that, but I just wanted to say I understand the difficult position that you're in, and I ask that you not change the decision that you made last week. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Brian Vitala. John Timothy.
John Timothy, 102 West Falls Road, Grafton, Wisconsin. My son's in high school here in Grafton High School, and my kids are in John Long Middle and Woodview Elementary. So first of all, thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for giving us this opportunity, and also for serving on the board. I know it's a little difficult time making decisions, and especially when you have to reconsider or make different opinions based on all the different things that the parents are bringing up. But one of the things I just wanted to remind you as leaders and people of the board that you represent all parents, just not one particular group or other. I personally know that just living here, we're in the most free country in the world. Like my parents live in India and they don't have half the freedom we have right now. And Grafton, Grafton, Wisconsin is one of the best places. You know, just a couple of days ago, I was in country in the Berg. It was the greatest feeling just to sit there and enjoy my time, even though I'm talking about Cedarburg, Grafton's better. So just like this room, you know, in this room, there are people who are wearing a mask and people who are not wearing a mask without issues. I feel the same way students can and should be given the ability to make the choice with masks, with their parents' opinions. And I just feel like, especially in regards to the mask, you know, even in my own house, you know, me and my wife, I'm more like, hey, yeah, if you have to wear the mask, let's just do it. But my wife is pretty strong, and she had put out all of the reasonings, and I sat down with my kids. And today I'm here because of my kids and my wife, just to share their heart with you guys and just say, hey, you know, at some point, we just have to allow parents to have the ability to say something or at least have some kind of an opinion in our students' life. So thank you for this time. I appreciate you guys.
Heather Braun.
Good evening. Heather Brom, 1947 Valley Court, Grafton. I have a daughter entering in first grade at Kennedy. My comments are very brief. I wholeheartedly support the views and comments others have already made regarding making masks optional. Please put the choice back in the hands of the parents to decide if we put a mask on our child or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Ayres, 1671 First Ave, Grafton. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Thank you so much for letting us be here to speak. Please let us parents be the choice of mask or no mask. Again, thank you so much for letting us come.
Thank you, Mary. Chris Benning.
Hello, Board. As an administrator in another district larger than this, and my wife being an administrator in a district the size of this relative, I want to thank you for keeping us in person last year. I know how difficult it was, and I really appreciate it. That being said, I was going to read off of this, but the gist of it is that for every pediatrician, doctor I can find that says masking is good, I can find one that says it isn't. That's your job to discern as a board and as administration. 18 months ago, masks weren't any good. 15 months ago, yes. 12, no. 9, yes. In fact, I truly believe that Fauci is going to come out any moment now and do an increment and say, 60% of the time it works 100% of the time. So that's why we have data. And I emailed all of you data as far as the mitigation factors that you put forward in July. And I'm just going to read from the email because I know you're getting a plethora. As you receive local data from the Grafton School District, sticking to facts, not emotions, the 7-day transmission in Grafton School District boundaries, there are 20 cases out of 14,129 people. That means 0.1% of the population currently has COVID. They will not release the numbers as school-specific, but even if all 20 were students, which is not likely, that would be less than 1% of enrollment. That would not even meet your 5% threshold. I understand we can find data anywhere, but this is hard, and DHS gives you the tools to make the decisions for your mitigation criteria. Based off of this, if we were to choose to mask and stick with this, we could potentially open up masking in perpetuity because the standards are so low. Please adopt the July. I don't approve of it, but I accept it. I think it's very, very reasonable and common sense noteworthy. Please let me decide for myself the health care of my child. Thank you.
Sarah Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Cooper, 2140 Shoshone Street. I would like to thank you all for coming back this evening. I truly appreciate the time to speak on behalf of my daughter, who is 6, and my son, who is 5, as well as myself. My children have been in school 2 years, 3K, 4K, and my daughter was 4K, 5K. They have had 5 months of normality. We were in person with masks last year. They did summer school over this year with no masks. Last fall, I became a substitute teacher and worked exclusively at Kennedy. I was on call for whenever there was an outage or a COVID. I was there. I was in the building. When you make this decision tonight, it's not just the teachers, it's not just the kids, it's me. If I have to be masked to be there, and I will be, because my kids' education is very important. We moved from Kentucky to Wisconsin to be here for the educational system, and I don't want to lose it over a fight over masks. I don't want to lose the friends over fights over masks. I just want to have the right to choose what's best with my children. Because at the end of the day, it's me putting it on them every morning and telling them, you will do this because it is the rules, and they will follow them. And it's me telling them it's going to be okay. And when my daughter asked me today, why? I told her, I don't know. But you will do it if it is the rules, and that is the end of discussion. And she is 6. She is 6 years old and taking on the brunt of the world, and I can't stop it. So please give me the choice. Give all of us the choice, because this is not a one-size-fits-all. We are all unique. We all believe different things. Let me choose what is best for my children. Thank you.
Casey.
Hi, my name is Casey Didier. I live at 1063 13th Avenue in Grafton. I have a 7th grader, and I've had 3 children graduate this district. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for the hard work that was done last week. I think it was a good example of talking through the options, listening to the community, and finding a reasonable compromise. Such an important word in this case, and what a great opportunity to demonstrate that to our children, that we can work together. Is anyone thrilled with the decision that was made? Not really, no. But it's something that meets in the middle. The meeting was well communicated on its usual platforms, and the supporting documents were available on time and the website as usual. So why are we here? I am worried that it may be for the opportunity to give an ear to those not based in science, but those based on feelings, and I wonder how much they have to lose in this community. Personally, I am terrified at the possibility of my masked, vaccinated child bringing this home to one of her 4 grandparents, all of whom are taxpayers and voter and fully support me. We don't really have a choice not to go to my parents' or my in-laws' house, as my husband is their main caretaker to his parents. Scientific evidence and recommendations from various departments that have been mentioned here throughout the evening are not enough. Let's talk money. If this district lost a fairly substantial case just a short time ago for failing to provide services to a student with special needs, since the ACLU is already taking up cases on behalf of high-risk children in South Carolina regarding masks, it seems to me that it would be somewhat straightforward to do the same here. Grafton has already proven that we fell short here, and if we don't provide free and equal education to all, it seems like it would make a good case. If I were the ACLU, I'd start with the schools that were just sued for similar things. I'm just saying. Furthermore, as I referenced in my email last week, I have spoken with an attorney on this topic, and she referenced Jacobson v. Massachusetts, which could hold this district responsible for those that fall ill or die, because schools, and I quote, have a duty to protect their students. By failing to take scientific community consensus that masks are the least you can do to stop community spread, you are breaching the duty of care that you owe to students. Last, and let me be very clear, should anyone in my family be compromised or die from this and end up in the hospital, and it is traced back to the school, we will certainly not be paying for one thing at a hospital before hiring an attorney. And I would encourage any family here listening to do the same if they are in a similar situation. Thank you.
Please, please, hey, please.
Oh, my name.
Hold it. Quiet. One more outburst and you will be out. Officer Alfonsi? One more outburst and he will be out.
Okay, I will be out.
All right, thank you.
Why don't you take your wife, your kids?
Thank you, sir.
That's enough, sir.
Please.
Sir, we
sir.
don't need that.
Please.
Sir, please.
Please.
Sir.
Please.
We don't need that, sir.
I started.
Please.
Please.
Sir,
Please.
we don't need that, please.
Please. Please.
Sir, please, we do not need that.
Please, sir, that's enough. As I said earlier on, there are many passions and issues surrounding these matters. Neither are more valid than the other. Humility, compassion, empathy. I don't understand why all of those things can't come together in a public meeting where our job is really to hear from you, to hear from all of you, not some of you, about your concerns, so that we can make the best decision possible. I want everybody to be here. I want everybody to be able to hear all of the inputs from their fellow community members, from their neighbors. I want you to understand and appreciate the basis upon which we're making our decision. But the rules were very clear. They're not unreasonable. So I'd ask Mark if you could please continue.
We are now at 30 minutes. We just made 30 minutes, correct?
Okay, we hit the 30-minute mark. I will ask for a motion to extend our continued public comment. I will say that personally, it is difficult to ask for such a moment or motion after that outburst, but I will ask for that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, aye? Aye. Opposed? And we'll continue. Mark.
Okay. My name is Mark Shumacher. I live at 1549 Gloria Lane, Grafton. And oh, I got a timer, Jeff, so you're good. All right. So basically, I don't even know what to say anymore, but I guess one important thing for me to say would be to not minimize the importance of mental health. And I believe mental health, unlike physical health, you can't always see it. Now I'm that guy. But it is real and important. And I broke your microphone stand. Okay. You know, depression. It's just real to my kids and my family, all right? I'm sorry, but please let's take these masks off. I'm sorry that I'm that guy crying, but it's just very emotional. And I don't always talk like this, but please, it's gotta stop at some point. Because mental health is important, and it kills. So please stop it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Claire. Claire.
All right, my name's Claire Kinnear. I'm at 1614 Willow Court. I'm a 10-year resident of Grafton, a voter, and most importantly, a parent of 2 students at KES. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's been said, but I will echo my support in the board's decision that was made last week. Candidly, I was very disappointed in the optional face coverings in the July ruling, and actually looking at what's happening with a highly contagious airborne virus. Are masks perfect? Do kids wear them all the time? They certainly don't. They certainly don't wear them all the time 100% correctly, but stay safe to stay open. We did that last year. Last school year was very difficult. I'll say that. My kids don't want to wear the masks every day, but they did that because it was the rules, and they were able to do in-person education. And when masks are optional, kids don't wear them, especially at the elementary school age. So I understand that there's a lot of high emotions on both sides, but I think the plan that was voted upon last week, puts in the guidance for the numbers that we can reassess that in October. We've never been in a pandemic like this before, and we don't know a lot of things. So I think last week's decision was the right decision, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide that feedback tonight. Thank you.
Amelia Panzeroni. James Asplin.
Everyone, my name is Jim Asplin. I'm speaking on behalf of my grandchildren that live at 1416 12th Avenue in Grafton. My wife's family has 5 generations in Grafton, 4 of them educated in Grafton, so quite a history to say the least. We're close to a schoolyard, but I'll avoid the my data can beat up your data conversation, and I'll stick with this. I know that we have a board that's used to dealing with financial situations, a CPA on the board, and we can't in business or as a board present a profit and loss statement or a spreadsheet with inaccurate data, missing information, and just say, trust me, believe me, everything's fine. The my data can beat up your data is causing that sort of statement to be made to us when it comes to our kids in masks. 1 mask, no mask, 2 masks. It's changing constantly, and it is quite a confusing situation. We strictly followed the mask requirements for those kids last year. This year, I'm fighting it with everything I have. It is definitely a mental health issue. Without a doubt, it's a mental health issue. I'm trying to skip a lot because it was redundant. But I just want to take the pressure off the board. It isn't your decision that our kids wear a mask or not. It's ours. We all just finished a summer of activities. Grafton Pool was packed when I would take them there. Holy cow, we had a blast, right? Thank you for running a good pool. You guys, myself, took our grandkids, our kids, on vacations to amusement parks, to festivals, the county fair, so many great things, and you'll be happy that I didn't have to call you and ask for permission. Because it is a situation where we decided what would be best. We do talk to them, an 11-year-old and a 6-year-old. And I'm just telling you, last week when they found out that they're gonna have to wear masks, the granddaughter's reaction was the classic. It's not, something I can overcome that easily. If someone can tell me that she'll be absolutely safe wearing that mask. If somebody can say vaccinated child, and she'll absolutely be safe and not get COVID, we know that's not true. And vaccinated people are getting it. So, my plea is, it isn't your decision, it's absolutely ours. Thank you for holding this extra meeting, and I appreciate it.
Catherine Schmidt. Catherine?
My name is Catherine Schmidt. I live at 1668 Arapahoe Avenue in Grafton. I believe that masks should be required because I want to keep kids safe and the school open. I don't want my child to have to quarantine and miss school every time she has a regular cold or meets some sort of limit on the list of COVID symptoms, even though it's not COVID. By having masks on, every parent I've talked to has commented about how last year it was fantastic that their kids weren't constantly sick. These were minor things. These were minor colds that every kid gets. Normally, it's not a big deal. It's an inconvenience having them constantly have sniffles. It's a much bigger deal when that means they're gonna have to miss a week or two of school. Parents are gonna have to miss work because now the kid has to be quarantined. I'm doing this because I want my kid to be able to stay in school. She enjoys going to school. Do masks suck? Yes. I'm overweight and wear glasses. I hate it, but I have to. I have to because work requires it. I have to because my dad is starting cancer treatments today, and I can't risk even passing a cold to him, but I do it because it's the right thing to do, and I'm doing it for other people. All these people keep commenting about my choice, what I want to do, my kids, and all I'm hearing is, screw everyone else's kids. It doesn't matter if my kid infects someone else, because I'm worried about my own kid only. And that's fine if it's something that you can't pass on to other people. It's not okay when you have kids who don't have the ability to be vaccinated to say, too bad. Once again, the reason why I want to have masks is I want to keep my kid in school. I don't want her coming home with a cold every other week that we know that happens every year with every kid once you get them all together.
Please, please,
Seriously?
please. Catherine, continue.
I'm not going to stand up here and make some dramatic comments. I'm not going to stand here and quote medical stuff as if I'm a medical expert. I just want to keep my kid in school, and masks are going to allow her to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I need to remind everyone, if you could, it's a simple thing. I mean, those comments in between thoughts and expressions don't need to be shared with everyone else. They don't need to be shared with everyone else. The purpose here this evening is for us, as part of this meeting, to hear from you regarding your individual perspectives and beliefs and opinions from the individual speakers. So this is not a debate. We're here to hear from individuals regarding their perspectives on our plan and masks. So Ainsley, welcome.
Ainsley, last year when we had to wear masks, it didn't feel as nice as it did without masks because I couldn't see people's smiles and it was harder to hear people talk. I sometimes had a hard time understanding my teacher when she was teaching with the mask on because it muffled her voice. With the other noises in the classroom, the extra layer made it more difficult to hear instructions. The mask also made it hotter. It wasn't as comfortable when I talked with my friends or in my class when I had to wear the mask. Having to pull my mask down to eat or drink would itch my face and feel uncomfortable. When I didn't wear a mask, I was more confident in myself. I found my classmates and I were able to talk to each other more, and I could finally see all their smiling faces. Please, let parents have the choice of having their kids wear masks or not. My friends and I would appreciate that choice. Thank you.
Brennick, please.
Hi, my name is Brennick Reeder. I wear glasses. When I had to wear a mask, my glasses would fog up and make it really hard to see. I had to put my mask under my nose to not have it fog up, but teachers kept telling me that I could not do that. I get bloody noses a lot, so the blood would get on my mask and I'd have to change to a different one after getting it to stop. Wearing a mask under your nose and trying to stop a nosebleed is very uncomfortable. When I did basketball at my school, we had to wear masks. It was really hard to breathe and the mask would stick to our faces. My skin broke out due to wearing the mask all day long. We couldn't do the stuff we normally did for school, like group activities, because of having to distance. And it was harder to hear my classmates when they had their masks on for talking. This summer, I was able to hang out with my friends without my mask on. It was easier to breathe. It was easier to hear what people were saying. I felt more comfortable and confident when I didn't have to wear a mask. I read the whole Constitution. I want you to give the freedom of choice in mask wearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bennett. Carrie Wenstill? Thank you, Carrie.
So I had some stuff prepared, but a lot of it's been said, so I'm not going to waste time with that. I do want to echo that clearly I am pro-mask. My name is Carrie Wenstill. I'm at 1036 Shady Lane in Grafton. I have a child going into kindergarten at Woodview. And I think the vote that you guys had last week was based on data and facts. And though that data was being pulled from reputable sources, the American Association of Pediatrics and the CDC, and I urge you to please look at the data that you considered before. Nothing has changed tonight, other than more cases at the schools that are not masking. That's the only thing that has changed, so this should only strengthen those opinions on the votes that you made last week. We have 2 vulnerable people in my household. From the start of the pandemic, the rhetoric in our house has always been, and will continue to be, we wear masks to protect other people. And it's about compassion and empathy, the things that you talked about. And there are a lot of people in this community who were afraid to come tonight and speak out based on the behavior that you saw this evening. And I'm just urging you to please stick with your gut, stick with the data that you looked at. Don't be swayed by angry people screaming at you. This is a thankless job, and you guys did an amazing job last year keeping the district open with your masking policy. It is the right move. The Delta variant is a totally different beast here. We have no idea what's going to happen with it, but we do know that masking does work when all parties are wearing the masks. I don't disagree with anybody who says, well, a mask doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. And the little warning label on the box, you're right, it doesn't necessarily protect you. But if it does protect other people from the germs that will be projected out of your mouth, that is the whole point of everybody wearing masks. It is not a parenting decision, and it is your job to make the safest decisions for our children. If my kid brings something home because she's sitting at a table with 3 other kids who are not masked, who are carrying COVID, both of my parents could die. They are both high risk, they are vaccinated, but my mother will not be eligible to get a booster. And my child shouldn't have to miss out on a school experience because parents feel that it's a problem to encourage their children in a supportive way. You don't have to say, I don't know, it's a rule. You say it's to protect and be compassionate towards other people. And that is what we should all be teaching our children. I think every single person in this room is striving to raise compassionate, loving children who would do things for their neighbor. Isn't that what it's all about?
Time.
Thank you. Daniel?
Good evening, my name is Dan Sajeski. I live at 1654 Arapahoe Avenue. I have a son who will be entering 5K this fall. I have another son who's 3, and unfortunately, wearing a mask has just kind of become second nature. You know, it's kind of the sign of the times and the world that we're living in. I don't envy your decision to do this. But talking with other people at work who had kids in school last year that had to go virtual, I would rather take every precaution to keep the kids in school. Obviously, this is an ever-changing thing, and maybe this gets reevaluated after a period of time and when school year starts and we see how things are going.
I can appreciate both sides of the issue. I know me personally, at work, I've had a lot of coworkers that have gotten sick. We have a mask mandate at work. Nobody enjoys it, but when we have the mask mandate in place, our numbers of people getting positive go down. We try to relax things, and the cases go back up. So again, I think that for the start of the school year, I think it's the right decision. I think it's something that can be reevaluated as the year goes on. That's all. Thank you.
Andy Siebert.
Good evening. Thank you to the board for your service and for your attention tonight. My name is Andy Siebert. My address is 2350 Kiowa Drive in Grafton. I'm the father of a 4th grade student at Kennedy and a 2nd grade student at Kennedy Elementary. I just want to say one thing tonight. If we could get the number of people that are here to like volunteer for our school, like my wife does, and like some other people, I'm pointing in a certain direction, Sarah Cooper, this school district would be outstanding. I mean, we could, like, let's volunteer. Let's get behind our kids, right? Like, and I know my wife was at book fair all day. Anyway. All right, so two topics I want to address. The first topic that I wanted to bring up is the term endemic. What does endemic mean? Endemic is a term used for a disease or condition that is regularly found among a population. SARS, like COVID, was, or the bird flu, or whatever you would call it, right, was a pandemic, or essentially a pandemic years ago, almost a decade ago. We determined it to be an endemic. At some point, we just decided to stop testing because we knew we had to live with it. COVID is that way today. As much as I want to, I can't predict the numbers for Powerball on Wednesday, but I could probably tell you that the state of Wisconsin will reach a peak case count during the October-November timeframe, similar to last year. COVID-19, like many respiratory illnesses before it, is highly seasonal and regional in its life cycle and potency. This is something known in scientific circles as the Hope-Simpson curve. Wisconsin is not experiencing the case spikes like other areas because not because we're not in school, but it's just simply it's not our peak season. This is also why many individuals are encouraged to get a flu shot every year. Respiratory illnesses will continue to mutate. This is also why those who are fully vaccinated, including myself, can still get COVID. We must realize that we will not be able to change the course or the trajectory of this virus. The second topic I want to discuss is about trust. At the end of the 2021 school year, the board placed their trust in the administration of the Grafton School District to develop a plan for summer school in the subsequent 2021-2022 school year. The board confirmed that trust when they approved the 21-22 plan, which gave parents the choice on how their child would be most comfortable learning. The board trusts the administration, staff, parents, volunteers, and students of both John Long Middle School and Grafton High School to make their own personal decisions regarding their health and well-being. The parents of students at Kennedy and Woodview have placed their trust in this administration and staff to provide an exceptional educational learning experience for their children. I'm asking you to please reconsider your decision and actions from last Monday and place your trust in the parents of Kennedy and Woodview students and let all parents determine what is best for their own children.
Time.
Thank you.
Matt.
Good evening. My name is Matt McEvely, 1024 Falls Road. I'm a taxpayer of Grafton and a father of 2 children in elementary school. You, the elected officials of our school board, have decided that my kids need to sit in school all day muzzled like rabid animals. You made this decision all on your own while conveniently keeping it under wraps from us, the taxpaying citizens and your constituents. I'm here to tell you tonight that that will not stand in this community. Your decision was not based on facts, it was based on fear. The same fear that has been driven down our throats for a year and a half, along with your personal fear of hurting your political career. I'm not here to give you medical facts and controversial statistics, but I would like to ask you some questions to ponder. Do you know what kind of damage you are doing to our kids by forcing masks? Have you wondered about the health effects of forcing kids to breathe through sweat, spit, and dirt-soaked rags all day? Do you know what kind of psychological damage you're doing to them? Teaching them that air is toxic, that everyone around them is sick, depriving them of the ability to see facial expressions? What about learning to read and not being able to see the teacher enunciating the words? What does a mask do to a child's developing immune system when they wear one all day, every day? What about the flu? Did anyone on this board suggest at any point during flu season that kids wear masks for something that's far more deadly to them? Did anyone in this room suggest that at any point anyone wear masks for the flu, which again is more dangerous to any kid than COVID? That's a fact, look it up. Have any of you thought about this? No, you haven't. All you thought about were sly ways to pass a mask mandate under the table. And all you thought about was being politically correct and making yourselves feel better. You are our school board. You are here for one purpose and one purpose only, to teach our kids and make sure they get the best education possible. We are the parents, and we are the ones that get to decide what's best for the health and safety of our children, not you. Stop using our children as pawns to protect yourselves politically. These masks are security blankets for you, not them. Your decision last week and the way you went about it was a disgrace to this community. You have created distrust and brought shame upon the district. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Please give us the choice on whether to mask your children. Our children.
Thank you. Balajis.
Hello, this is Balaji Senapati and I live in 2015 Wichita Lane. I'm a father of two children, one going to middle school and the other one in elementary, studying Kennedy Elementary. I'm here to present my views on this coronavirus task that we are talking about. We are living in this challenging times of having this coronavirus being more prevalent for more than a year and disrupting our lives. I'm no expert on this medical field and I do not wish to present the statistics. I, however, believe we should listen to the health experts and what they recommend for the public. Just when we are seeing signs of improvement, we are seeing this Delta variant now come up. We all have been affected one way or the other. People who are stressing for masks might or have had seen an impact from the deaths caused from this coronavirus. Last school year, there was not probably one day which went by without having an email from the school board about the children who got infected from coronavirus. While there might not have been a student-to-student transmission, family-to-children's transmission is more likely. I know of people who have got infected due to this coronavirus from the children who went to school, and it was totally bad. So I understand children are, it's not good for the children to keep studying at home or being virtual. They are losing the social connection and losing out on the academics. We should want to know they are safe and do not want to contract the virus. We as parents want and know what is best for our kids. I completely empathize with the kids who have discomfort wearing the mask all the time. My kids do not feel comfortable and do not want to wear them too. But as parents, it is our duty to explain to them and make them understand the importance of wearing the mask and keep them safe. Hence, I request you to pass the mask mandate and keep the kids safe and everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Lita.
Anthony Leto, 1757 Pine Court. Just want to thank everybody for having me allowed the time to speak. I would like to just thank the board for their position last week and their flexibility in listening to information that was presented, and hope that that information stands today. And father of two kids, small business owner, love the area of Grafton. I'll continue to stay here as long as I wished to, and I'd like to thank their board again for their time and consideration for this matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Piper.
Hi, my name is Piper Flagg. I live at 769 8th Avenue in Grafton, and I am a student in this district. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for allowing me to speak tonight and for hosting another meeting in order for everyone else's voices to be heard, and I appreciate the decisions made at the last meeting. While I was listening to last week's meeting, it seemed as if the high school was looked past when considering mask requirements. I am an incoming sophomore at Grafton High School. I am fully vaccinated, although I know many others at the high school are not. According to the CDC's website, only 61% of eligible Ozaukee County residents are vaccinated against COVID-19, so it may not be safe to assume that all Grafton students eligible are vaccinated, which is why I ask that you consider a district-wide mask mandate. I do respect other people's decisions on whether they receive the vaccine or not, but since everyone will not choose to receive the vaccine, I believe that the high school and even the middle school's COVID policies should be treated the same as the elementary schools, so that the unvaccinated and vaccinated individuals are still given a form of protection that benefits everyone and reduces the amount of student-to-student transmission of COVID-19. COVID cases are getting worse than they were last year because of the Delta variant, and according to the CDC, again, there have been 75 new hospitalizations from the coronavirus in Ozaukee County in the past 7 days. COVID-19 cases are worse than last year, so why should masks not be required? Despite the start of the COVID vaccinations, that won't be enough to stop the hospitalization of youth and adults from the spread of the virus. It won't be enough until the majority of the population is vaccinated. It is safe to say that wearing masks will be the safest option in order to keep our schools open. I think I'm not the only one who wants to try and have as normal of a school year as possible with having football games, homecomings, school sports, and after-school clubs. So in order to have as normal of a year as possible and to stay in school, please consider the mask mandate district-wide. Thank you for your time.
Emily Cassidy.
Mr. Largy, that is 30 minutes.
Okay, we're at that point again. I don't know how far through the list we are. Does anybody know that?
Kara would.
Upper 40s. So I will ask for a motion again to continue and extend the public comment this evening, but I would just ask everyone that we've heard a lot of information. If there's new information, certainly we would like to hear that. New information, new perspectives. We want to get as much as possible. But if it's repetitive and you agree with something that may have been said prior and you just want to express your agreement, we're happy to hear that as well. So I would entertain a motion to extend public comment for another 30 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, aye? Aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes. Emily.
Good evening, everyone. I am Emily Castle. I live at 233 West Maple Street, and I have 2 kids at Woodview Elementary. My youngest is starting 4K this year. I have been a member of the Grafton community for most of my life. I grew up here. I chose to raise my children here. I love this town, and I care about this community. To say that it's difficult for me to get up in front of you is an immense understatement. But despite my fear of public speaking, I knew I had to do it because I'm not here for me. I am not here to present you with reasons why masks do not work. I am here to be the voice for my son and tell you how masking was mentally damaging last year. My son struggles with a neurodevelopment disorder, which makes school so much harder for him than it is for other students. I remember when school started last year, my son would come home in tears every day because his mask felt like fire on his face. It hurts, Mom. Why do I have to do this? And I didn't know how to answer that question, so I didn't say anything. He started to break down and tell me how he hated not being able to see his teachers and friends' faces, and it made him feel unsafe. My son felt unsafe in school. That's not a place where he should feel unsafe. As the school year went on, I watched my son change. I watched his fear and anxiety grow. I watched his confidence dwindle, and he became a shell of himself. I recognized the signs. My 8-year-old son was suffering from depression. For my son and other children who have learning disabilities like him, it's so much more than a piece of cloth on his face. It became just another aspect that makes school even more challenging for him. I hear people arguing that breathing isn't an issue for children wearing a mask, and for kids like my son, that is beyond untrue. It's about the panic that comes over him not being able to take unrestricted calming breaths when he needs to calm himself down during a manic episode. It's about the anxiety he feels with his face covered and the people's faces covered around him. I know there are so many children that also struggle with this, and my heart breaks for them. So I am here for them. I am here to say it is not right to make these children's lives harder because a piece of cloth makes you feel safer. It's not our children's responsibility to make us feel safe. We are supposed to be doing that for them, and we are failing. That is why I am for masks being optional in our schools. If you want to send your children to school in a mask, that is completely within your rights. Please do not take away my right to send my children without them. Thank you for your time.
Carrie.
Jared Reed, 735 Wolf Creek Court. I've got two children at Kennedy, a fourth grader, first grader. I won't run through everything, but I wanted to reiterate what Carrie Wenzel had said a few minutes ago. It is the board's job to set a policy that will keep our schools open and our children safe. I was speaking with a friend over the weekend on how to present my argument to the board and the people here, and he gave me a simple suggestion: state the facts. Last year's policy worked. It kept the schools open. I'm not a teacher. I work at home. I've been working at home for 12 years. Having my child do schoolwork at home in a virtual environment doesn't work for me. I can't take time away from work. My wife is not available 24/7 to help the kids at home doing this homeschooling. It's not an option. I don't want to go back to those days of having them in the dining room working in front of a computer when they should be at school, where they're going to socialize, communicate, all the things that kids should be doing in a classroom. So I implore you to install a policy that will keep the schools open like they did last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Devashish Chadura. Joshua. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
I'm Stacy Thorne, live at 1806 Maple Road. Our daughter was supposed to attend pre-K last year at Woodview Elementary, but because of the mask mandates, we chose to keep her home. She was extremely heartbroken, as well as we were. But my husband and I realized that we made the right decision as the year continued, and we saw what the mandates have done to the kids. Putting the mask on the kids, especially at a young age, is not only confusing for them, but it makes them more fearful. And it's also stunning their growth when it comes to learning. These children need to be able to see their teachers' faces, interact with their friends, see emotions, and by forcing them to wear the mask, you're stripping them of the progress that they need to be making. These kids are the least affected by the virus. So why are we acting as if we need to be putting them in bubbles? I don't need to be co-parenting with any of you, and I know what is best for my children when it comes to their health. And taking my rights away, or taking our rights away as parents, is not your job. If people want to put masks on their children, then they should. But I don't need anybody forcing a mask on any of my children. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua. Kristin.
Hi, I'm Kristin Gasser. I live at 1903 South Green Bay Road. I spoke last week, and pretty much everything I planned and to talk about tonight has been said already, so I'm up here to say I support the continuation of the mask mandate for elementary school children who are unvaccinated and vaccinated, and everyone in those schools. In fact, I support a K-12 mask mandate for everyone. We have unvaccinated and vaccinated children in all the schools. We have vaccinated and unvaccinated adults in all the schools. And it's extremely important that we make a decision that protects the health of our kids. And one thing about last week's meeting, I want to say, I took issue with the July meeting decision. So I sought the information I needed to attend the meeting last week and take an advantage of the public opportunity to speak my voice last week. It was transparent, it was clear, just like all your meetings are transparent and clear. So I think you've gone above and beyond by holding this meeting tonight. But I will say that one of the things I heard after public comment last week a lot was a lot of decision-making that was based on last year's numbers. Last year's we did this. Last year this was great. Last year we only had this much incident. Everyone had a mask mandate last year. You did it. You did it right last year, and it worked. And that is the strongest evidence you have tonight for a local decision to do the same thing you did last year. Very, very important to the health of all of our community. Thank you.
Bernard Booth.
Hi, I'm Bernard Booth. I don't have a kid in this school, and I understand that some people will be very offended that I'm here to talk about this topic. To be honest with you, this isn't about teaching your kids, how they teach them, what they're teaching them. I would not be here if that was the case. That I completely understand, that's your parents, that's your right. Someone earlier pointed out the mask mandate is about preventing spread of the virus and protecting immune-compromised people in the community. And even with vaccines are not 100%. My boss made the mistake of hanging out with his future son-in-law who had COVID and now has COVID even though he's vaccinated. So we got to remember that nothing's perfect, but the masks do something. They help. They work. I have personal experience that the masks do work. So thank you.
Lisa Harbeck.
Hi, I'm Lisa Harbeck, 907 17th Avenue, Grafton. Your job as an elected school board member is to make the hard decisions that will benefit all our students in Grafton Public Schools. From pre-K to high school, your students rely on you to keep them safe, provide the best educational opportunities available, and above all, to be educated and do research regarding changing situations that affect their physical safety and health. I ask that you put your politics aside and make the decision to mandate masks for children under the age of 12 and all who come in contact with them. These children under the age of 12 are enabled to be vaccinated and have no protection from others with the exception of wearing masks, which is the most basic level of protection. As an oncology nurse, I care for patients daily who look to us to give them the best information, the best care, and our advice on how they can improve their quality of life for as much time as they have left. For all our oncology patients, this includes getting the COVID-19 vaccine to protect them from yet another factor that will threaten their life. Please recognize and acknowledge the science of this disease and how deadly it can be, and that you can have a powerful impact in preventing transmission within the schools and ultimately within families at home. Don't give in to politics, to the people who talk the loudest, to the group who may have more members show up and comment at this event, and to the fact that you worry about making the right decision, knowing it will affect your relationships with others in the community. For some of you on this board whose children may attend other schools, those schools have been strong in mandating masks for all. So you sit on this board knowing your children will be protected from others, yet you seem to be maybe unsure about protecting our children in this district. I ask you to please be strong and make the right decision for our students here in Grafton who have no ability to protect themselves, with the exception of wearing the mask and having others around them doing the same. I ask that you please vote in favor of a mandated mask policy for all students under age 12 and all those who come in contact with them at the schools. Please be strong for us, as you are our collective voice. And thank you for all your willingness to serve our community and make the hard decisions that are necessary to keep our children and community safe.
Dustin.
Hi, I'm Dustin Beck. My address is 1869 Shady Lane here in Grafton. I intentionally signed up very late so I wouldn't have to say very much as far as statistics and that sort of stuff, because I hate being up here. But I want to take this time to thank you guys for the tough decisions that you make and will continue to make. I have the utmost confidence in through my experience with you guys that you do make the right choices no matter what your personal opinions on the matters are. So thank you for that. That in mind, I want to remind you that the primary task of the school board is the safekeeping of my child and her education, okay? To make sure that our children get the best education this community can provide. I know the issue's complicated, but the simple fact remains that wearing a mask is not going to affect my daughter's ability to get an education. However, if there is one single preventable COVID case in our district, that can dramatically affect my daughter's ability to get an education. I don't have the wherewithal to teach my child from home like I had to do a couple of times last year. I'm not a teacher. So please, please keep that simple decision in mind. That's it. Thank you.
Robin.
Hello, my name is Robin Wiegand. I live at 2219 Ridgewood Road. I have 2 children in the Grafton School District, one in high school and one in elementary school. A lot of what I have to say tonight has been shared, so I'll try to keep it brief. First and foremost, I want to thank the children that came up and spoke. That was incredibly brave. All of you did a great job, and I think we should commend them for that. Second of all, I want to thank our community and our school board. We clearly care about our kids. That's why we're all here tonight, and that is the one thing we have in common. We care about our kids. I'm always, always amazed by that. Third, my views are mine. They're mine as a parent who knows what's right to do for my children. I don't represent an organization or a political organization or affiliation or anything else. There's a lot of data. I heard a lot of information tonight, and I keep wondering to myself, how can we mandate a mask rule when we hear so many people who have children who are negatively impacted, that are struggling in school, struggling from a confidence, anxiety, depression? It's just not fair for them. I appreciate that we have other individuals at home that we might be protecting that are vulnerable, but we shouldn't make these parents put a mask on their child when they know it's going to be a negative impact on them. That's not our choice as parents, not their parents to make. It is our choice as parents to make sure that we make the right choice for our child. And that's what I'm here to do. We have a common goal to protect our children, and I believe that if we have that common goal, the best solution to meet that need is to provide a policy that provides choice to parents. There's a lot of situations, a lot of circumstances, no one size fits all. And so creating a one size fits all solution is not the answer. So in closing, I'm asked that you reconsider the mask mandate, allow choice for parents so that we can make the right decisions to create strong, healthy children in our community. Finally, I want to ask the community, regardless of the decision today, we need to teach our children to respect the decision that's made. If a kid's wearing a mask because their parents chose it, they need to be respected. If a parent does it, they need to be respected. Nothing that is said here by the parents should go back and be impacted on the children. They need normalcy, and that too is a part of that. Thank you.
Danielle.
Hello, Danielle Strange, 1633 Highland Drive in Grafton. I have 4 children. One of them is at Kennedy. She's going to be a 4th grader, and I have an 8th grader at John Long. And I would also ask that the board would allow parents to choose whether or not to mask their children. Everyone in this room who has children knows what's best for their own child. And I think, I heard someone talking about showing humility, and I think for someone to come up here and say that they know what's best for someone else's child is the opposite of showing humility. Something that I just wanted to, I won't repeat a lot of what everyone else has said, but I would like to say that ever since I can remember going, as an adult, going to the doctor and and taking my children to the doctor and meeting with their pediatrician, when coming upon, the decision to take a medication or a medical procedure or what have you, the doctor has always said you need to weigh the benefits versus the risk. And I would say that for me and my family, the risk of getting COVID, which is very low, and if I do get it, it has a 99% recovery rate. I would say that risk is not greater than having my child wear a mask, which both of my children have been affected socially, mentally, and academically. The common complaints, the burning behind the ears, the itchy face, the sweaty face. They cannot hear their teacher, and they also aren't asking questions because they're afraid to talk. It has really affected their self-esteem and their self-confidence. And so, again, I would just ask that you would reconsider and allow parents to make the choice for what is best for their child. And also to the people who are saying that my child wearing a mask is for the benefit of someone else, then I would say that, number one, it's unfair for you. You don't know my situation or anyone else's situation. And the second part of that is your child could wear 2 masks or even wear a face shield over a mask if it's that important to you and your family. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Glass. I live at 780 Wolf Creek Court in Grafton. I have a son that goes to Kennedy Elementary School. And I'll just start out by telling you about my son. He acquired COVID last year, even though he was fully masked the entire year. Another thing is he also wears a hearing aid to help him out. One of the things that hindered him in his growth and development last year is he could not read lips. He could not see teachers and friends and other staff members talk as reading lips that would help him out in deciphering what those people are trying to say in addition to his hearing aid. I just want to be reasonable here. Let's be reasonable. The choice for masks belongs with the parents, not the school board, not a bunch of people at the top of the school system. It belongs to the parents. I'm against starting the school year with the kids required to wear masks, since this problem is at a very minimum at least. Numbers have gone down compared to what they were last year. Despite the narrative that you're hearing from the media, not all experts are in agreement in requiring the children to wear masks this school year. Now, I work in data for a living, and I'll just tell you this. What people are not saying is data can be manipulated, and it can be manipulated to back up the argument of people that are presenting said argument. Even the CDC, which is often cited by those in favor of masking all kids, has bowed to political pressure to change their stance regarding masks as well as other items COVID-19 related. They can no longer be trusted as a credible source. When the chips are down, it needs to be up to each child's parents to decide whether or not they want to have their kids wear masks this school year. If parents wish to send their kids to school wearing masks, that is their choice. The reasonable next step would be for the board to take up a new vote and rescind last week's outcome. I think we were pretty much all in agreement that the plan that was put forth in July was very reasonable and very prudent. Parental control of health decisions for our kids is paramount here. And whether they go to school wearing masks or not, that is up to the parent. Now, let's be reasonable. Let's let the parents choose. Thank you.
Elizabeth.
I'm Elizabeth Charland. I'm at 1602 Skyline Drive, Cedarburg. We are here tonight because the meeting last week violated open meetings regulations, and I want to thank you for doing the right thing today. We, the parents, did not elect Dr. Fauci, the CDC, or the Washington Ozaukee Health Department to make masking choices for our students and staff. Grafton residents elected you. You already voted in July 6-1 to keep masks optional this fall, and Grafton parents planned accordingly. My daughter attended Grafton Summer School and had a wonderful experience seeing friends' faces, hearing teachers clearly, and experiencing the joys of witnessing human emotion. Please allow Grafton parents to remove these cloths from our healthy children's faces. Please allow Grafton parents to make the best choice for their children's physical, mental, and social emotional health. Come hell or high water, my children will not be wearing a mask at school this academic year. You are not the only show in town. There are other educational options. Please follow the majority of Ozaukee County schools and give parents the choice. Thank you.
William?
I want to thank you guys for coming to a difficult resolution last week and adopting health policy for 21-22 school year. It means a lot to us. We have 2 children in the school district. One is uneligible for vaccination. Hopefully that comes within the end of the year. And then we can reevaluate last week's policy that you guys put together. So thank you for everyone coming together and in support of the mask policy for our school-age children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Mangan? Is Ryan here? Dalton Windsor?
Well, good evening. It's been a long night, and we certainly appreciate each and every one of you for what you do on a daily basis, and then, of course, for tonight. One thing we're all for sure of is that we love our kids and we love Grafton. We have much to be thankful for that we can all agree on. I'm at 1658 Highland Drive here in Grafton, near Pick and Save. In any event, you guys and gals, ladies, between a rock and a hard place. We get that. We understand that. You're also in a unique position in that maybe this would be the one time where, and this has already been stated a certain way at one point tonight, Jim was spot on by saying this, that this would be a unique opportunity that one time that you don't have to specifically make that decision, because you can allow us, the parents, to make the decision for our children by not having any more mandates. Let us decide what is best for our children, and we, of course, pray the best for all of them. No more mandates, please. Thank you.
Paul Gasser.
My name is Paul Gasser. I'm at 1903 South Green Bay Road. I have a daughter in high school and a daughter who recently graduated. I'm a professor of biomedical sciences at Marquette University. I want to thank you again for doing the hard job you're elected to do, which is to get information and make decisions based on it. And in this case, a public health decision. I think it's instructive when we talk about fear in our children and teaching our children how we react to threat, to think about COVID in that kind of a sense. So we could tell a story someday down the road when this is all over, that there was a time when a virus that had kind of the perfect storm of characteristics appeared. It was deadly to some, but not all. It was transmitted by airborne transmission. On the particles that we breathe out, we speak out, we sing out, we shout out, and we laugh out. In many people, it didn't cause serious illness. In many people, it did. It killed over 250,000 people in our country. The dangerous thing about it is that someone could be infected and not know it, whether they were a child or an adult. And that was one of the most dangerous things about this virus, because that child could go home and interact with other people and spread that virus to someone who was not as resilient to it. We had no cure for this virus, but we're human beings who have extremely high abilities to deal with problems. And so what did we do? Well, we based on epidemiological studies that showed that masks are extremely effective at preventing airborne viral spread. whether it's the flu or other types of viruses, and now including COVID-19. There are overwhelming epidemiological studies that show this. There are no controlled studies that show that masks work. And that's because it is unethical to have two groups of people, one of whom takes a protective measure against a deadly virus, and one of whom is told you cannot, because of the overwhelming epidemiological evidence that they work. Take, for example, the flu. We did not have a flu season last year. So, based upon the information that we learned about this virus, we made policy. And we succeeded. And then we laid down our arms because we thought it was over, but the virus didn't think it was over. And the virus changed to a virus that's 5 times more transmissible, and yes, twice as likely to result in hospitalization. These are facts. So what did we do? We reassessed. This is what has to happen when you face a threat like this.
Time.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Lisa.
Hello, my name is Lisa Leiter, and I'm at 1670 River Lane. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak and for representing everybody. I was just wondering, since when did turning your immune system or trusting your immune system become a conspiracy theory? Man, there's nothing stronger than your own immune system. God built us good. 120 years good is what we're supposed to live. In my opinion, if you really want to stand out and make a difference, tell our kids to exercise, eat healthy, get some sunshine. And there's not flu season. It's a lack of vitamin D season. I miss toes in the grass, hands in dirt. I say this because I hear fear. It's all I hear is fear. And we're made to fight this. Our immune systems are made to fight this. And we can all talk statistics. I have a lot of my own, which I believe are true. A lot of them are uncensored. So I don't think you're going to get a lot of the truth is because it's not fair. There's a lot of experts coming forward, the frontline doctors. There's a whole slew of people coming forward telling not to get this vaccination, to take masks off, and to stop this social distancing. With all due respect, you guys are the Board of Education, but not the Board of Health. Please honor my child, my choice. And if there's one thing I can leave with, I'm a believer that I want to be a representation of God here and remind everybody of hope. For God has given us, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power of love and a sound mind. Please hang on to that hope.
Daniel Gawronski. Kim.
I'm Kim Dobrafel, 1603 North Pine Street. I've had kids in the district for 18 years. 2/3 of them are out now, still have one left. Also the parent of a special needs child, so I've been dealing with special needs, speech language pathologists, early childhood development teachers for many years, concepts of speech and growth. So even though I don't have an elementary school or early childhood student right now, it's incredibly important that masks stay off, that they can see faces. You can't always tell sarcasm unless you see the smirk. You can't always tell whether someone's being serious if their intonation is incorrect unless you see faces. Even intonation changes when you have the mask covering your face. Something I have not heard yet tonight, about science, and I did also send this to you in an email. The size of a virus is less than 1 micron. It is 4,000 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair. The masks are a fallacy. They trick you into believing that you are protecting yourself and others. We've been in this now for a year and a half, and I've had a crash course in the last year and a half of tyranny, of fear, propaganda, mass manipulation, and I really empathize with those who are fearful. For the last year and a half, I have gone grocery shopping every single week for a family member who is compromised. I understand not wanting to get them sick, but there is a part of personal responsibility that has to go along with, and what I was going to say to Lisa, no one else had said it to Lisa, 2 people, is immune systems are incredibly important. If this were about health, the CDC, the AAP, the AMA would have been telling us, get your sunshine, move your body, eat well, no sugar. It would have been all of that. This, how do I say it? The way we've manipulated people into believing that what you are doing is righteous and good to protect others isn't. It is if you keep your kid home sick when they're symptomatic. Someone else mentioned way in the beginning that there has not been one case of a child infecting or transmitting to a teacher or another adult in the school. So what makes these people who are so fearful believe that they're going to transmit something that more than likely they don't have, because we are masking healthy
Time.
people. Never in human civilization have we masked.
Sue Teagues. Sue?
Mr. Lawyer, we are past the 30-minute time, and I think we're getting close to the end of the names. Kara, can you give us an idea of how many slides are left? Okay.
Okay, we are nearing the end of the public comment. I don't know if there are any cards that have been received. I see no.
I believe Kara typed those in. Did you, the cards you received?
They're in there.
This
Okay.
includes
I
those,
see
that's
no
correct.
reason not to continue, so if I could get a motion to extend the period of public comment, please.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, aye? Aye. Opposed, and it passes. Okay. Next up, Ryan.
So I know it's not 8:37 somewhere, it's much later, but thank you for being here this late. I am Ryan Wenstell. I live at 1036 Shady Lane. Oh, it feels great to be quiet, thank you. The parents in this district love kids, not just their own, but all kids. You, the board, love our kids, and you were elected by the parents of this district. I trust you, in you, to make the objective and hard choices for the safety of our students. Thank you, Grafton School Board, all the work you have done. I don't think you signed up for this, but here you are. You've adjusted our district's plan as our war on a microscopic, unfeeling foe has changed. Last week was no different. I do challenge the board, though, to look into new options in the classroom for teaching our kids, especially those who struggle with wearing masks. Have we explored options with helping these students and these teachers? Please uphold the current direction from last week and enforce the mask mandate until the next October meeting, when further public discourse can take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Meckelberg. Keith Valerius.
Thank you very much. Keith Valerius is my name, live in 1910 Valley Court. I have the honor of graduating from Grafton High School in 1987. I have 2 kids who went through the entire Grafton system. I want to offer a different perspective, seeing this from everybody's angles and watching heads shake as we do this. We've heard it's the board's job to protect our kids, okay? So the only statistic I'm going to have for COVID is from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, pulled from the internet this afternoon at 4:45. Since March 1st of last year, there's been 0 deaths of kids 0 to 9 years old, and there have been 3 deaths for kids who are 10 to 19. God bless their souls, because it's a terrible thing. But with that said, I want you to look at it differently. If the health of our kids is your job, then in the state of Wisconsin, in 2015, there were 12 kids under the age of 12 who were killed in auto accidents in the state of Wisconsin, okay? Hold that number. In the entire state, or in the entire country of the same year, you had 4 kids who were killed on school buses. Why do I bring this up? The chances of dying in a car accident are greater than dying in a school bus. And I can prove it through statistics. So I would ask the school board to bring up that all kids in the district need to ride the school bus. And I'm bringing it up honestly. The American Pediatrics Association recommends that kids under 14 do not play football. If it's your job to protect the kids, then why is it we're not having a meeting talking about that? Right. Suicides from kids 15 to 19, young males, 100 kids, out of 100,000 kids, it's 18.9 per 100,000 die. Why is it that at the school we don't have people every day taking our 15 to 18 and 19-year-olds and asking them if they're okay? If you're going to do the mandate, and by the way, every daycare in the state of Wisconsin there's no mask mandate, and they've been open since the start of this. The last was April 15th is when they took the mask mandate away. But every single daycare worker and every single daycare kid has been there since the beginning. If you're going to be, and if you want to do the mask, then do it for everybody, starting with the police officers as I walked in.
Time.
Put a mask on everybody.
Thanks, Chief. Sarah.
Sarah Storms. I live at 955 County C, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. I do not have any children in your schools. They are all homeschooled, but I am a homeowner, and funding for my children does go to the district. I just had a few observations I wanted to make as a parent. First of all, my 1.5-year-old, in the midst of last winter, when we'd be out shopping or going around with people in public, was always confused by those who would be delighted to see her. She would be looking at them with blank stares because as they were talking to her and trying to interact with her, their faces were covered. And it struck me as I was trying to encourage her to interact with the people there, as she's normally very happy and bubbly, that it was because she could not see their mouth. She could not see, even make out the things they were saying to her because it was so muffled behind their masks. And so I started to think about the effects that this is having on our children in their developmental ages and stages of life. Beyond that, I have a friend who is deaf, a dear friend. She's a business owner. She's a mother of 6 children. She went through a severe period of depression and anxiety because she could not rely on simply listening with her hearing aids to make out what people were saying to her. She needed to see lips. She reads lips. That's part of what's necessary for her to communicate. Furthermore, another dear friend of mine who's a 2-time lymphoma cancer survivor. She would be in the immune-compromised, most dangerous state at risk for COVID. She got sick with COVID. She would not go to the hospital because she could not take the fact that she would be separated and isolated from other people. Physically and emotionally for her, that would have killed her. And she knew that. So she spent countless nights up holding her daughter's hand, feeling like an elephant was on her chest, because it would kill her to go into the hospital and be separated and isolated and treated like that. She survived, and she's completely healthy, thank God. But I think that we need to understand the emotional effects and the mental effects of our protocols and our treatments of people in the midst of trying to mitigate any sort of infection. I think it's extremely important. Furthermore, I wanted to tell you guys, as the board, I am sort of floored by how I hear people saying that you are responsible for the health of their children.
Time.
Sorry. You are not.
John Gillane. Is that the end of the list, Kara? Any additional comments? We have one additional.
Hi, I got here at 6:04. My name's Connie Kincaid. I worked at Kennedy Elementary, and it was an incredible job. I loved it. I actually truly value being able to hear so many different parents, parents of kids that I was in the classroom with. It's awesome, and I agree it would be incredible if there were volunteering going on like this, and additionally, parent involvement when it comes to our students that do have these IEPs and 504s and really specific needs. It's impossible to do that in this kind of environment, but at the very start of this pandemic last year, that was a conversation a lot of parents that have special needs children or themselves have special needs really asked for, and it didn't happen. So there are a lot of parents that do have these issues, and I really can relate to a ton of this. I want to say thank you for taking the time to even have these, the conversation you had last week with one another, the input from everyone here. We're not going to agree on everything, but being able to have a board that actually listens to parents and lets them speak and takes things to heart is really important and valued. You asked us, you hear just a different side. The different side, I would say, is for a person like myself who did teach assisted in a 5K classroom, mask wearing wasn't perfect. I got COVID. I'm not able to say, oh yes, this is because I sat with kids that didn't wear these masks perfectly and I worked with our special needs students. I can't say that because that's the nature of COVID. But the optional mask wearing hinders a lot of people from applying for these jobs again who really care about kids because you're putting yourself in an additional risk. And as far as not being able to prove whether someone did or didn't get it from a student, I've just stated why you couldn't last year. So again, thank you for taking this time, and I appreciate it very much.
We will end the public comment after these two. I just want anybody else. So this, these four. Can we agree on that? We're still in our 30-minute.
Sean Hoffman, 1041 7th Avenue. I'm not going to give you the speech and just say, please leave it parental choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Shimon, 1512 Audubon Avenue. I guess I just wanted to end by saying we're not asking for masks forever. We're just asking until our kids have the opportunity to get vaccinated. We're just asking for a few more months to protect our kids when we don't have the option to protect them right now in another way other than masking. Just a little bit more time is all we're asking. Thank you.
So we'll flip to this, deferring, okay.
Amy Lemke, 1998 Cedar Drive. I wrote this on Saturday morning and I wasn't going to say it, but I feel compelled to say it right now. I can't breathe. These 3 words were heard around the world when George Floyd said, "I can't breathe," more than 20 times on May 25th of 2020 with a police officer's knee pressed to his neck before his death. My daughter said these 3 words to me on Saturday morning when she tried on a mask. She put the mask on her face, looked at me with her big eyes and said, "I can't breathe." These 3 words resonated with me. Is the school board pressing their knee to the neck of all of these students? What is going to happen to the kids who refuse to comply? Will they be sent home? Will they be suspended or even expelled? The role of the school board is to ensure that these students get the best education for their dollars, for the tax dollars spent. Will families withdraw their children from the school district over the decision so that all students are negatively impacted by your decision to press your knee to the neck of these children? I was told by the Kennedy School principal once, after another student threatened one of my sons, that every child has a right to a free and public education. What are you going to do with the students that don't comply? If you believe that masks are effective, then you're free to make your child wear one, but you will not be forcing my children to do anything against their will. I looked up the definition of child abuse in the Federal Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, also known as CAPTA. The definition of child abuse and neglect as, at a minimum, any recent act or failure to act on the part of a parent or caretaker which results in the death, serious physical or emotional harm, sexual abuse, or exploitation. I can't breathe. Go ahead and press your knees to the necks of these children. Their blood is on your hands. I can't breathe. I wrote this Saturday morning. I came home from work today, and my daughter was very quiet. When I asked her why, she said she didn't want to go to school. The first time in 7 years that she hasn't been looking forward to going back to school. She teared up and said she just can't wear a mask. Mom, I can't do it again. What are we doing to these kids? What are we doing?
My name is Paul Sevener, 1114 4th Ave. Wasn't really planning on speaking at all, and I felt obligated. I felt I had to come up just to talk my experience with my kids. 3 of my kids last year, 2 in Woodview, 1 in the high school. 2 were negatively impacted. My older did great. He did great with masks. He didn't like it, but he did it. He felt it was his job, and he did it. My other 2 had a pretty difficult time. My daughter seemed to do well through school, not showing a lot of emotion, not really showing a lot of insight as to what was really going on. We didn't find out till the end of the year when finally these masks were lifted a little bit, that she couldn't take it off, didn't want to take it off. She felt like she was going to hurt someone, harm someone, because all she was told is that she was going to hurt or harm or kill somebody. And we didn't really find that out until we had to get her some help. She had to see a counselor. And for almost a month, it took us to even find a counselor for my daughter because nobody had an opening. We had to go out of pocket. We had to go outside to get that help. But we did it because we had to, right? My son, being a little bit younger, has some sensory issues. He did it. He bared with it. He had a really difficult time. He's in speech therapy. He has a really hard time with his larynx. He has to strain to talk. So sometimes he would lift his mask because people couldn't hear them, and he'd get in trouble, or he'd feel shamed because of his disability or ability or inability to talk. So it became very difficult. I'm asking and I'm hoping maybe there's accommodations. Maybe there's some sort of accommodations for those that don't have the ability, the capability, whether it's the mental or the emotional. Some of the kids can do it just fine, that's great. I'm not disrespecting anybody that feels a need. At the end of the day, I do feel we're all trying to make the best decision we can make for our kids with the data we have. And since we're not in a state of emergency, I'm hoping that we can lift this mandate and let it be the parents' choice.
And this will be our final comment this evening, so thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name's Deanna Gerke. I live at 1976 Cedar Drive here in Grafton. I want to thank you guys for offering this opportunity. I did not plan anything to say. I sincerely empathize with the folks here that care to have masks on their children. I do not want that for my children, but I would like to offer a different perspective. I have a elementary school child and 2 high school students. I also work at a university. I see the perspective from young kids all the way up to college level kids. We are already in an epidemic. It is a social media electronic epidemic with our children. And these kids are already facing an epidemic of teaching our children how to put their phone away, how to look someone in the eye, how to smile at them and have a conversation. We are facing this, and I understand that a lot of people who spoke here have little kids, and this might not affect you quite yet, but this is sincerely a problem in this country. Now we're asking to mask little children as well and not let them engage in this social emotional growth and activity. We are only expanding this problem by thousands. This is a problem. My students at Concordia, they did not do well last year, and masking was part of it. I had many students fail out. They couldn't handle it, and a lot of it comes back to the social emotional development and what we're teaching them. I'm asking that you do not mask these children. It's a mental health issue, and they need to be able to see each other's faces to grow and develop emotionally and mentally and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. That part concludes our public comment section this evening. I appreciate everyone coming out this evening to share your thoughts and your perspectives, no matter your position. I think there were a number of takeaways that are critically important. We do all care equally about our children. There's no question about that. Regardless of this decision or any decision that this board or that this district made, it is always made with the best intent and the best interest of the kids at mind. We may disagree at times as to how we're going to bring that about, and the timing and the manners in which that we bring that about, but we're all in for that same common goal. So at this point, I'm going to look then to item 4 on the agenda. It is our action item. We have 2 items under action this evening. First is to hear a presentation from administration regarding the 2021-2022 school year plan. And once that is finished, then we will take up and consider that plan, as well as masking and face covering for the students, staff, and community members.
So what I'd recommend is, let's move our table so you can see each other. So we intentionally did it this way so you would be able to see the audience, but it would be probably better for us to move our tables so you can see each other.
Okay. All right, and so that helps, yes. And again, I will just remind everyone that as we move through our agenda here, this is now the school board meeting. The public comment is ended. We're not engaging in a public, running public section or commentary with you. At this point, We're going to hear from administration relative to the 2021-22 year plan, and then we'll take up our own deliberations relative to that plan. And it's not a participatory element. It is for us to do our work. We've taken an opportunity to hear your thoughts and your comments, and we will incorporate them into our own discussions. Now, the agenda is established, and we'll follow the agendas as outlined. Okay, Jeff?
Yes, so what we're going to do is we're going to walk through some of it that you've seen last month, some of you've seen over a number of months. We will recap the 4 different motions that were passed by the board. And then I'm going to turn it over to Laura, and she's going to walk us through some of those mitigation strategies that were either approved back in July or also approved in August, to sort of set the stage for, as Mr. Lorgy said at the beginning, where we are now and the position that we are now. So the planning priorities that we've used, you've seen this before, the health and safety, quality instruction, efficient and safe operations, flexibility and responsiveness are the pieces that we've used as our planning priorities. We updated this slide today through the Washtenaw-Ozaukee County Health Department. It shows that I need better glasses because I have a hard time seeing all the way over there. So I'll look at it here. The burden is high, trajectory is decreasing, but we are in a high burden in Ozaukee County. You can see that our among residents 18 plus, this slide has not changed. There now is a difference. So you can see that among the residents 18 plus, 72% of Ozaukee County residents have 1 dose, 68% have completed the series, 12 to 17, 56%. There are no doses for students under 12. The next slide is one that is new that they have, that in the Grafton School District boundary, 69% of residents have received at least 1 dose and 65.5% have completed the vaccine series. So on 8/23, the first motion that was passed is that elementary and middle school students and staff must wear face coverings while entering and leaving the building and during transition times, so passing times, walking to and from lunch, through the first semester or until an availability of a vaccine, whichever comes first. And that was taken out of a bullet from the 5% recommendation that the administration had brought forward. So this was the first motion that was passed. The second motion that was passed is that face coverings are required for all students and staff in the elementary schools for the start of the 21-22 school year, regardless of vaccination status, to be reevaluated on October 25th. So the first motion was regarding movement for elementary and middle school through the end of the semester or until availability of a vaccine. The second motion, which trumped part of the first motion for elementary students, was that they would require for students and staff to, regardless of vaccine, to be reevaluated on October 25th. The third one is that all students, staff, parents, volunteers, and other district stakeholders who may have a concern of any sort regarding the optional mask policy are strongly encouraged to wear a mask at any time. And the final one that was passed was that all visitors and volunteers at the elementary school are required to wear face coverings to be reevaluated on October 25th. We still do have the federal mandate regarding face coverings on buses, so that remains in place. So I'll have Laura walk us through some of those details that we talked about with school operations that get into the nuts and bolts of some of those pieces. And I think, we've heard some people talk about things that we don't want to see this year. We want to make sure that we understand that what we did last year and what we're continuing to do this year, and what are the differences and similarities that go with that. Okay, so I'll have Laura walk us through some of these next pieces.
So contact tracing procedures were approved at the July board.
Why don't you move your mic closer to you so we can hear you? There we go. Thank you.
Is that better?
It is.
Okay. All right. So parents will be notified if a student in a specific classroom is tested positive for COVID, and then families then determine if they will practice self-quarantining or not. Students who are self-quarantined will be provided links to the classroom videos within 24 hours of request, and this access will be view only of classroom rather than synchronous interaction with the teacher in the classroom. Just like last year, students who test positive for COVID will follow the health department guidelines for isolation. Students who are isolated due to being positive will be provided classroom links within 24 hours of notification to the district. This access will be view only of the classroom rather than synchronous interactive learning. Just like last year, positive household contacts, when a person in the household test positive, the members of that household must quarantine 7 to 10 days beyond the positive person's isolation period for a total of 17 to 20 days. Now, what's different is that this year, people ages 12 and older can be vaccinated, so we have decided that vaccinated members of the household may return to school after the positive person's isolation period ends. If the positive person can isolate from the others, then the vaccinated individuals in the house may return to school immediately if they have no symptoms. Students and staff with COVID symptoms need to stay home for 10 days, then return to school. The only way to return to school earlier than this 10-day isolation period is if they receive a negative COVID test from a reputable laboratory, not a home test, or if there is an alternative diagnosis with signed documentation from a healthcare provider that says that the staff or student can return to school and that there's no concern for COVID. Students and staff should be symptom-free, unmedicated, for a minimum of 24 hours before returning to school. This is no change. So students presenting with viral symptoms at school will be asked to wear a face covering and be isolated until they can be picked up from school or able to leave school. On this slide, we are showing the health screening checklist that we used last year and will continue again to use this year. There's a link embedded in there, but as you can see on this slide, any symptoms from the top part, the first list, or 2 symptoms from that second list would require the student or the staff member to go home for the 10-day quarantine period. We've also included an illness flow chart, which is just a nice visual of step-by-steps for when your child is sick, whether, as a parent, you choose to keep them home, get them tested, or see a doctor. The district will continue to maintain a dashboard to monitor COVID cases by building. The dashboard will continue to be updated daily with any new cases and posted to the school website so that families in the community can view the number of newly confirmed cases. Just like we did last year, district-wide notifications will continue to be sent whenever there is a positive COVID case with either staff or students. A virtual learning option will be provided for students who submit a homebound application and have a medical excuse from a physician. As of today, we have 3 students who have a medical excuse and will be participating virtually. These students will have the option to return to in-person instruction at the end of first semester. Virtual instruction will be synchronous with live interaction between the teachers and students in the physical classroom. Virtual students are not eligible for in-person extracurricular activities, and they may not have access to all of the courses that are offered to in-person students. We are offering temporary virtual learning in a view-only format for any student that tests positive or any student that is quarantined due to being a close contact. The link will be provided within 24 hours of notification to the district. Any non-COVID illness lasting more than 3 days, those students will also be provided a link on the 4th day of absence. Extended medical absences, such as for surgeries, those students will be provided a link within 24 hours of request, and we are not providing virtual learning for absences due to vacations. This year, we are starting out with a regular school schedule, events and activities. Social distancing will be encouraged as much as possible. Buildings will be reopened to visitors and classroom volunteers with the face coverings required at the elementary level. Field trips will be allowed with principal approval this year. In our lunchrooms this year, elementary students will be cohorted with their class sitting on individual stools. Meal checkoff sheets are going to be used so students do not need to enter their PIN numbers. At the middle school, students are cohorted by grade level over 3 lunch periods, and barcode readers are used at both the middle and the high school so that they too do not have to enter the PIN number. At the high school level, students will be seated at reduced capacity tables with the option of additional, more socially distanced tables, and this will occur over 3 lunch periods. Items not served by adults will continue to be wrapped. However, students will go through the line and they'll be able to select their own lunch items. We're continuing with our mitigation items such as disinfecting common touch points, the nightly deep cleaning of all spaces. We're continuing to use the MERV 13 air filters, and there's an outdoor air ratio, an exchange of air at 50% during the day, and then in the early morning, there's a 100% air flush. Hand sanitizer will continue to be available in every classroom. In order to safely respond to the increased COVID activity within our district, a shift in school operations or procedures will occur at a 5, 10, and 20% positivity rate in classrooms for grades 4K through 5th grade, or a combination of positivity and a quarantine rate at a building, grade level, or extracurricular activity at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. As an example of how many students it would take to reach a 5, 10, and 20% positivity rate in a classroom, you can see if there was a classroom of 25 students, it would take 1 student to reach the 5% level, 3% at the 10%, 3 students at the 10% level, and 5 at the 20%. At the grade level and building level, it would be a combination of both positive cases and quarantined students. So for example, if you look at the 5th grade level, the number of students that it would take to reach the 5, 10, and 20% level, or at an entire building level, we also have cutoffs for 5, 10, and 20%. When we looked last year at the highest points of positive cases and quarantines, those happened during the months of November and December. At the high school, we reached the 5% level by building several times, but we never hit the 10% level. Because there's a commingling of grades within a class, it would be really difficult to tease out a specific grade level. So at the high school level, we would implement changes only at the building level. This slide shows John Long Middle School. At the middle school, we reached a 5 and a 10% rate by grade level several times, and at one point we did reach the 20% mark, and that's when our 8th grade students went virtual for 14 days. At the elementary, multiple times the grade level reached the 5 and 10%, but by the building, that 5% level was never reached. Okay, next, we're going to discuss what will happen when we reach these 5, 10, and 20% positivity and quarantine rates. So at the 5% level, face coverings are recommended regardless of vaccination status. Adults will wear face coverings. Now, this point is a little bit different from a week ago because we really didn't have a timeline in place, but we're adding this in today. So if face coverings are mandated for staff, it would last for 14 days, which is roughly the incubation period for COVID-19, and until the positivity rate drops below 5% for 5 school days. At the 9th through 12th grade level, if building-wide, masks would be worn entering and leaving the building and during any transition times. Cohorting would be utilized to reduce the interaction of different groupings of students, and we would require close contact quarantine for within 3 feet of any positive student unless that student was either wearing a mask or was vaccinated. This quarantine would be for 10 days unless they received a negative test after 7 days. At the 10% positivity and quarantine rate, face coverings would be required regardless of vaccination status. And again, if mandatory masking would be enacted, it would be for 14 days or until the positivity rate drops below 10% for 5 school days. We would require close contact tracing for 6 feet, regardless, and there would be no exceptions to this, so it would be for 10 days unless you have a negative test after 7. Household members of any ill student needs to remain home until that ill student either tests negative or completes their quarantine period. And then our lunch periods would go back to the 2021 protocols. And lastly, at a 20% positivity or quarantine rate, there would be virtual instruction by grade level or by building for 14 days. Questions?
So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the board for, similar to Monday night, questions that you might have on the plan, clarifying questions, information that you don't understand or need better explanation on. Once we come to a point where it appears that those questions have been answered, then we will look to move on to deliberation of the plan in the form of any changes, modifications, additions, or deletions. before we get to that point, another opportunity here for you to ask whatever questions you might have of administration. So go ahead.
I have a question. At 10% positivity quarantine rate, lunch periods go back to 2020, 2021 protocols. How is that different from, well, I'm sorry, I don't know where it went. The lunchroom, where is it? How you're starting the year with
Yep,
the
slide 21. Slide 21, I think, is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So at the middle school, they're cohorted by grade level. We would require then them to be sitting in their spots for an extended period of time. So that's what they did last year, and the high school did as well. So they had like assigned seats that would go with it. The high school was able to extend their stuff, so there wouldn't be as big of a difference because the high school is still expanding their capacity, but we would be able to have students assigned to that area. At the elementary school, we went back and forth with students either eating in the classroom or eating in the lunchroom in order to provide space between students when in the cafeteria, and we would not be starting the year with that.
Oh, slide 20 is referring to if we hit 10%, is that?
No,
is that-
so
oh.
slide 20 is what we'd start with. So we would
Okay,
start with them cohorted by class. So it would still be, because if you're in your
For
classroom,
elementary.
then you wouldn't, so if I'm in one class and you're in a different classroom in the same grade, we would not be sitting with lunch together. We go outside for recess, we're outside, then we wouldn't be cohorted, but when we're at lunch, we'd be cohorted. If we were to move to last year's model, we would not have all of the grades in the lunchroom at the same time.
Oh.
Is that accurate, Mr. McMahon? Yep, so then we'd have more opportunities for more space to occur in the lunchroom than what we would have at the elementary level currently.
And JLMS cohorted by grade level, that's been the same.
Yep, so it would be 3 lunch periods, but we would revert back to extending those lunch periods so that, like this year, we use the small gym and the auxiliary gym and the cafeteria. We wouldn't be starting with using the auxiliary gym. When we get to 10%, we would go back to using the auxiliary gym, which allowed us to separate students at tables in a very social distancing way.
And just logistically, if because we don't know what's going to happen, if we're bouncing in and out of these levels, what's that going to look like, trying to go back and forth from, you know what I'm saying?
I do, and yeah, I think that's what we said, that it would be for 14 days. So what we had at 10%, and at 20%, we just didn't have listed in the 5% slide, and we should have had that in there, so that's why we added this in here. But that's the idea, is that we wouldn't be bouncing back and forth. It's going to be for at least 14 days, and you need 5 school days below that percentage to lose something. So we have an entrance into a different mitigation factor, and we have an exit if that mitigation factor starts working. If that mitigation factor doesn't work, and it makes it, we start seeing a higher percentage of students, then we're ramping up our mitigation factors even higher. But then if that drops, then we would be able to reduce some of those mitigation factors.
So is that 14 plus 5? Or
No.
is that, the clock starts 14?
It starts for
and wherever
14.
that 5 days hits?
After 14.
It is after 14.
But it isn't 14 plus 5. It'd be 14, and then within 5. So if, let's say on day 8, we're below 5%, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
whatever
14,
point.
then on day 15, we would go back. If we start going down on day 14, then we need 5 school days, then it's 19 days.
Gotcha.
So we'd be able to, that's why we have the COVID dashboard, we'd be able to follow that very easily and look at that.
And under that scenario, days are calendar days, but, because that's incubation period, but the reverse pivot, if you will, to move away from that measure is school days.
That's correct.
Okay.
5 school days.
Jeff, can you clarify that the 5% on page 30 are required close contact quarantine within 3 feet, but then for 10% it's 6 feet?
Yeah, so that's where health agencies do differ on, should it be within 3 feet as a positive case for quarantine? Should it be 6 feet? And last year we used 6 feet, which then resulted in more students being quarantined. And In hindsight, we looked at our data, it seems like those were unnecessary quarantines in those cases. So as we look at a 5% positivity rate, then we would say, well, if you're within 3 feet, so that would lower the number of students that would be quarantined. We'd also say, unless that student is wearing a mask or they're vaccinated, then they would not be quarantined. And then we would internally track it like we did last year. Last year we tracked it by having the code go into Skyward, so we knew someone was a close contact. Now we'd have that internal document that would have those pieces, and because then we could tell if we aren't wearing masks, then if that is a major contributing factor, then we should see more kids that were in close contact coming down with COVID. So then we need to ramp up our mask usage, our face coverings usage that would go with it as you look at that 10%. So then at 10%, we expand it to 6 feet, and regardless if you're wearing a mask or vaccinated, because we're seeing a higher percentage of our students that then are going to be home losing in-person learning, and we need to get that under control for our student body.
Question, Laura, and maybe I just didn't catch it, but on page 24, the 5% for the classroom level, I thought I heard just positive test cases, or does that include?
Correct, at the classroom level, it would just be
Just
positive
positive.
cases.
But at the grade and building level, it's positive plus.
Yes.
Can you say that? I couldn't hear you. What did, positive plus what?
At the classroom level, we are only looking at positive cases. At the grade level and the building level, we're looking at positive cases and quarantine students.
And can you explain why, the difference?
At the classroom level, if you have one student that is out ill, you could have a couple of families that decide to quarantine their kids, and then we're going to be at that 5 and at that 10% level really fast. So we decided just at a classroom level to leave it at the positive rate. When you expand it to a grade or a building level, to include both of those factors.
And you don't feel like at the grade level it could jump too quick?
If you look at slide 25.
I'm getting there.
It would take, like if you look at the 5th grade, it would take 4 students, either positive or quarantined, to get to that 5% level out of 71. Oh, no, I don't really think that.
Yeah.
that
Oh,
we're
here we
getting
go.
there too
Okay, you're
quickly.
on Woodview.
Thank you.
Okay.
Additional clarifying questions, elements of understanding, more information that you need relative to the plan.
I think I'm good. I just might have another question with the cohorting, so I'm trying to find.
I'm going to ask Laura, but Laura, could you just clarify the enhanced, the symptoms, like when kids, whether or not, if you have masks in the classroom or not, just about
The symptoms?
symptoms, correct? Like there would be two symptoms and then kids would have to be
It's no different
quarantined?
than last year.
So the same as last year?
It's the same as last year. So
Correct.
one symptom off of that top list, so the cough, the loss of taste and smell.
And how long, if
Yep.
they're,
Yep, one symptom off of there or 2 off of that other checklist. So like sore throat, fever, nausea, diarrhea.
sore throat, fatigue, nausea, okay. So 2 of those, now is this, so they would have to go home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would have a COVID test? What-
It's an option. So either you go home for your 10 days, and then you can come back without a test, or if you want to return sooner than that, you either have a negative test, or you see your healthcare provider, and they provide like an alternative diagnosis, and a statement saying that COVID is not a concern.
Okay, and does that include masked or unmasked? or-
Correct.
Okay, so how about if you have the students that are close by to them, how would that affect that?
As a close contact? So we're saying if we're below the 5%, if they were within that classroom or a close contact, we're leaving it up to the families to decide whether or not they want to quarantine. Once we reach that 5%, then we're saying students that were within 3 feet must be quarantined. When we get to the 10% level, we're saying students within 6 feet must be quarantined.
Okay, but if both of them were masked, what would?
At the 5% level, we're saying if they were
Just
masked.
in general, say in general, you have 2 people masked together, right, all in the classroom, and someone has symptoms, would that person in the classroom have to quarantine? Does that affect?
At the
quarantine?
10% level, they would.
right.
At the 10% level, they would. So last year, no matter what, they had to quarantine.
Right.
But at the 5% level, they wouldn't because they were masked. So it's either if you're masked or vaccinated, you wouldn't have to quarantine. But if you get to the 10% level, whether you're wearing a mask or you're vaccinated, administration recommended that then they would be quarantined. Does that make sense?
But just to clarify, if a kid is home with 2 symptoms, no one has to quarantine until they're actually confirmed with COVID. Because I've kept my children home before for having a fever, you know, like they had a fever.
As a household contact?
Right, or even as a contact within the school. I don't even have to notify the school. We waited, they got a COVID test, it was negative. They just had, I don't know, you know, like a random illness. So no one had to quarantine,
So that is a change this year. So if a student is homesick with just symptoms, but has not tested positive yet, we're saying the rest of the family members can stay in school. The only time that's going to change is when we get to that 10% level. Then we're saying everybody stays home until you either have a negative test or they wait out their 10 days.
Okay, so family members do not quarantine unless we're at 10%?
Unless somebody's positive.
Unless it's positive, okay. And I wanted to clarify, so at 5%, positivity, so cohorting will be utilized to reduce interaction. I guess, what does that look like in elementary?
So that might mean like students
middle?
staying in a small group of like maybe 2, 3, 4 students that they're working together with instead of being in multiple groups with multiple students within the same classroom. So you're keeping your circle of contagion smaller.
So, and maybe this would be more elementary level, but when you have, like math intervention and reading intervention and these kids are getting pulled from different classrooms, would that be stopped?
No.
Okay, all right.
Just one question to go back to the quarantining. So last year, we had 794 kids quarantined between the 4 schools. And it's reported here that we've had 0 quarantine. Of those 794, 0 of them came down with COVID while they were on quarantine. Is that accurate?
During those 14 days, that's correct.
During those 14 days.
Some of those
So during
students went
that
on to
period.
turn positive after that point, but then we're assuming that they were contracting this outside of school.
And we will keep track of that same data again as far as ones that are quarantined.
Correct.
Additional questions?
I have a question. For the any additional mitigation measures, there have been offered a free COVID testing that they're offering to schools. This is something, I know I had briefly asked Jeff about it, but can you explain a little bit about what we've decided about that?
So at this point, we have declined it. We can always go back and we can ask for it again. So this service would bring somebody into the schools to either do like testing of all students periodically. They could do event testing. They could do event testing like before prom or homecoming or something like that. They could just come in and test a sick student or a sick staff member. But keep in mind, if we have a sick student in the office, we're going to be calling a parent to come and pick them up anyhow. Or they could, if there's an outbreak in a school, they could do testing then too. So at this point, we said, we have enough facilities outside of school to do testing. That has not been an issue. The health department is going to be resuming their testing. Oasis Healthcare has testing available. So finding a location to test has not been an issue.
And those are free testing sites that you're talking about?
At the health department, yes.
Okay, and is that the one at the, not at Oasis, but at the county grounds, the fairgrounds?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry, the Ozaki County Fairgrounds?
Yes.
That's,
Mhm.
okay. Thank you.
Right. Any additional questions? Remember, this part is the time for you to just make sure that you have processed all of the information that the administration has shared relative to the recommendation. And just to remind everyone, the plan as it stands now is the plan that was approved last Monday night. The plan from that includes those 4 motions that did pass.
I do have one more.
Pardon?
I have another question.
Okay.
How did you come up with the 5 and 10%?
There's no real science to the 5 and 10%. The 20% is not specific to just COVID, but that's what the health department has always recommended. If you have 20% of your students that are testing positive for anything, that's when they're asking us to like shut things down. So 5 and 10%, there's really no science to it. We just thought that there needed to be a point at which we change things.
So, right, to try to get some control before
Exactly.
we would have to shut the schools down. Would one, like just having something at 10%, like did you discuss that? I guess I'm just wondering why 2 layers?
Just to keep reining in more and layering more mitigation factors just to keep school open.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, then we're at the point now where we would look to take a vote on the plan as presented. Alternatively, there is an option here for recommendations to be made regarding any additions, modifications, or deletions to the plan. I would ask that if you were so inclined to go in that direction, that you would make that addition, modification, or deletion in the form of a motion, and state your motion as best you can, as loud as you can, so Kara can hear it, so she can keep track of it. And that motion will need a second. Assuming a second, then we will move forward with discussion, and then we'll take a vote. If there is no second to the motion will die. If we look to, after the motion is made and seconded, that there has to be some type of amendment based upon the discussion that we have that would be minor in nature, then I'd just look for the person who made the motion to either yay or nay to that amendment. The person who second, do the same. Then we can get to an element of action that we can take a vote on, very similar to the manner that we carried out on Monday night. If there's anyone at this point in time that want to share general thoughts of their perspectives relative to the plan, relative to the things that they heard, I'm assuming that each of you are taking into consideration in your thoughts right now what you heard tonight, what you've heard in prior meetings relative to this plan, that being, the meeting on July 26th, I believe, that being the meeting on July, or last Monday on August 23rd, the constantly changing advice from the CDC, the constantly changing advice from those others that are responsible for advising in this particular case. All of those things should be on your mind right now as to your thoughts relative to this plan. So, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
From some of the information we received earlier, someone on the board had asked about the age group of 11-year-olds, and it said that we have 124 11-year-olds in middle school, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Okay. Out of, I will assume 6th grade?
I can give you that number. Yes, out of the middle school, we have 428 total at the middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Yep, so there's 124 of them that are 11.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for those of you keeping track on the agenda, we are now moving into item B, on the agenda for Part B there, consideration of masking, face covering options for students, staff, and community members in district buildings and on district premises to start the 2021-22 school year. So I'll turn it back open to the board for any thoughts, actions. Again, if you are looking to make a change to the plan as it currently exists, then I'd ask you to do that in the form of a motion. If you don't see a necessity to make any changes, then I'd ask for a motion to adopt the plan as presented.
And this is just referring to the masking portion, correct?
Pardon? At this point,
Or the whole plan?
the whole plan. Now, at the end of the day, last Monday, the bulk of our discussion centered around masking, right? And the bulk of our action centered around elements associated with masks. So all of those things are encompassed in the plan. If there are any considerations of any changes relative to the masking face covering options for students, staff, and community members in the buildings of the District of Grafton, then I'd like to hear them in the form of a motion.
I will make a motion to rescind my recommendation for the K through 8 masking while moving motion in the 2021-22 plan.
I second.
Second.
Wait, do we have a second over here?
I think we both seconded.
Okay, we have that. And Steve, well, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion?
I guess I'll just speak for that. At this point, I feel that it's not relevant with the current plan. It was one of the first motions that was approved, and with the current proposal with the K through 5 being mask mandatory, a K through 8, which is in a different timeline, and for that big group, I don't think is relevant at this point.
Any further discussion?
And that timeline being until the vaccine, is that right?
This timeline was for semester or vaccine.
No longer then?
Yes, it is longer than what the current proposal is for K through 5.
So Kara, can you read back the motion, please?
Steve, motion to rescind his recommendation on the addition of the moving while masking at the elementary and middle schools until a vaccine is available.
K through 8.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
K through 8.
Correct. Yep.
Elementary, middle schools.
Yep.
But you did say K through 8.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion?
So there would be zero masking in the elementary school the way not elementary, middle school, correct?
Masks would be optional. Yes. My understanding of the effect of this motion. But masks
So then
would
there
be
would just
optional.
be, just regular.
Yes, the wording of this motion is K through 8, and it's not a K through 8. K through 5 has a different one than this one.
I would support that. I feel like there's not really, is anybody recommending not having masks on while they're seated? And then they're going to touch the mask, get up, walk around, walk past somebody with a mask on, but then sit down next to somebody for 50 minutes and not have it on? It just doesn't seem to accomplish, anything other than handling of the mask 6 or 12 times a day, whatever it is.
I agree. I think it's that in motion, it's probably less apt to spread than when they're sitting. And most of those kids are vaccinated at the middle school level. So yeah, I don't think it's, as Steve described it, and the other motion kind of negated portions of it. And I think at the middle school, it's not as necessary.
Any further discussion? Then having a motion made, duly seconded, I'd call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. Opposed? We'll take a voice vote. Sean?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, the motion passes. Any additional modification, changes, or amendments to the plan that someone would like to consider, including consideration of masking and face coverings?
I'd like to make a motion. Given the fact, I would like to make a motion to include sixth grade, to require masks for the students and staff in sixth grade in the middle school, and to be reevaluated on October 25th, consistent with the elementary school, since they are not vaccinated, or since they don't have vaccine eligibility.
Do we have a second? We have a second to that motion. Hearing none, the motion fails to advance. Any additional considerations?
I motion to start the 2021-2022 school year with a 14-day face covering mandate noted under the 10% checkpoint in the 21-22 proposal.
Second.
Can you repeat that, please?
The motion is to start the 2021-2022 school year with a 14-day face covering mandate as noted under the 10% checkpoint in the 2021-2022 proposal.
The motion is made as second. Is there discussion?
Is there a way to allow for flexibility for students who really do have sensory issues wearing a mask? Some of the concerns that the parents have, I'm just throwing it out to the board, is there?
Yes, last year.
Do you feel like there's some
There was
wording?
a doctor's excuse that was allowed.
A doctor's excuse?
Yeah, for either a medical or like a developmental disability-related reason.
Oh, okay.
Any additional discussion?
So this is,
So what is this? Go ahead.
this is essentially going to the 10% at the elementary?
It would be for the elementary schools, yes. This would be just for, yes, so it would be a alternate to the 60-day evaluation in October. So this is for Kennedy and Woodview. Sorry if I didn't state that.
I think you should.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd say I didn't
Yes.
quite get that.
Yes, thank you. So the motion is to start the 2021-2020 school year with a 14-day face covering mandate as noted under the 10% checkpoint in the 2021-22 proposal for Kennedy and Woodview. Sorry.
Okay, Steve, you've amended that motion. Jerry, you seconded that motion. Are you in agreement with the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a duly supported amended motion. And Steve, the effect of the motion is essentially to start the elementary schools with masks as if we were at that 10% level.
For 14 days.
For 14 days. The masks then would come off if the mitigating controls relative to that point are achieved.
Correct.
Okay, so at 14 days, if we're below 10%, wherever we're at, then that's the part that would transition to? Is that what you're saying? Is that what the motion is?
Yes, it's the 10%. It follows the 10% checkpoint.
Right, but like at 14 days, you see what the numbers are, and everyone just falls into wherever that,
Or Kennedy and Woodview.
or excuse me, for Kennedy and Woodview. So what's the calendar? Like, does the 14th day fall on the weekend? Does that, like, how is that going to be communicated, I guess? So if the 14th day is on a Wednesday, like, is everyone going to know what to do come Thursday?
I guess I would leave that to administration as far as administering that for the recommendation in the proposal.
So the 14th day would fall on Thursday, the 16th. We would be able to be tracking it if in our mind, if we were to get to the 10%, we'd be tracking it along, so families would know this is where we are, and we'd be able to say, if we're at 5 days, you're going to know ahead of time. If we're not at 5 days, if we're at 3 days, and you're on Wednesday the 15th, you know you're not going to do it on Thursday. Thursday's the 16th is the 14th day, but we wouldn't have hit 5 days, so you would know for sure you're wearing masks at least through Friday.
Is that
And
like
if you
going to
hit
be on
that-
the dashboard?
Well, it wouldn't, well, that's a good question. Because it's not that, yeah, we could track it that way. I mean, I would think it'd be more internally us communicating with families, but we could probably break it down that way as you get to that point that they could click their school to see how many days have we been at this level.
I'm not saying you have to, I'm just trying to make,
okay.
like, I'm just thinking as a parent, how am I gonna know, like, that next day? How are they gonna know it's sent through, just like the principals or however?
Yeah, that's where the app will be very great with us being able to do push notifications to people,
Okay.
to be able to say this is where we are and this is in moving forward that goes with it. So that's the idea of having that incubation period time. So it isn't just every week we're trying to switch things and people are wanting to wear a mask or not wear a mask. But if we're heading in the wrong direction, then we need to get that under control, is what administration recommends.
Can I just clarify, is that 14 school days or 14 just like, okay, school starts on September 1st, September 15th, just so I'm clear?
Those are.
We used 14,
Calendar.
we used 14 calendar days. So for example, elementary starts on the 2nd. So that's why I said the 16th would be their 14 days, because both high school and middle school start on the 1st, because the Great Start Conferences, the elementaries don't start until the 2nd. So that's what the piece that would go with that.
And I'm assuming under that application, if the actual rate, and in this case, we'd look at positivity and quarantine, if the actual rate never achieved 10%, because it's possible, right?
It is.
Because we're starting under this motion as if the 10% checkpoint is in place.
Correct.
Right? So if the actual rate never achieved 10%, then at the end of the 14-day period, right, the masks would come off. Is that how you would apply that?
That is. And if it was below 5%, then you would go back to mask optional, and none of those mitigating factors would be there. If it was 7%, then you'd have the 5% piece is what you'd put in place.
Okay, I was going to ask, do you automatically drop to 5, but it's dependent on
You drop to whatever the percentage is.
wherever we're at that time?
Right, so our local data would drive that. So that's what we talked about earlier, as we looked at this, was saying the county data is important to see, but the county data didn't really apply last year to our internal data. But we said last year, if the county data dropped dramatically and our internal data went high, we would have to respond. We wouldn't just say, well, everything's good in the county, so we're just going to let COVID run rampant in our district. So it's similar with if it's high in the community but it's low in our district, then our mitigating factors are working internally. But if it starts going in the wrong direction, then we have to put other mitigating factors. We believe you need to add mitigating factors to control that. Because I think, as I've talked to parents on both sides of this, we all agree that in-person learning is what we want for kids, and people value that. I think that's a common theme that I've heard from, and I've spoken to a lot of people on this topic. And no matter where they fall on this one topic of face coverings, the ability to have in-person learning is something that we've heard multiple times tonight, that we're proud that we were able to do it last year, and we need to make sure that we continue to offer that for our families and students this year.
I've got two other questions. One kind of around the timing, just because we'd start on the 2nd on a Thursday and then go into that long holiday weekend, which inevitably is a travel vacation weekend. Does it make sense that it would start after that? We heard people talk about traveling. I'm just wondering if it would make sense to start that clock after Labor Day weekend. Just a thought.
How did we do last year, coming in and out of holidays? Because I know that came up several times.
Yes, I have it right here.
Yeah, Laura, I don't know if you know the exact data.
November and December were high high months. So after Thanksgiving, things were high, but after Christmas break, when we were really worried that that extended period would be an opportunity for people to be with family and friends, we did not see a drastic spike after we returned from Christmas break.
The first 2 weeks, with what you shared, there's, like, you don't even hit the 5%.
But the data that you presented, is this the actual date of the case, or this is not the actual date of the cases, right? The actual date of the cases would have to be backed up some period of time from this?
Correct. So if you're looking at slides 26, 27, 28, based off of the eligibility date of return, so it was going back 10 to 14 days when the student actually became ill. So the rates by those weeks are when they were actually eligible to return. So it was the week or the 2 weeks before that that they were actually positive or quarantined.
For the first week, for Thursday, Friday, if a child tests positive on those days, it's not coming, I mean, like, if you show up the first day, it's not coming from the school. It wasn't caught at the school, it wasn't spread at the school. Same thing, I would say on Friday. Just because of the, you know, if my child develops COVID, it isn't from the school on that Thursday or Friday, there's just not enough time. So that data is useful, but it's more community data than it is school data, or how it's spreading, because our concern is how it's spreading in the school. And for the first 2 days, it's not, you know, it is important for us to know, because we'll know in our community how many of our kids might, you know, if they are testing positive on the first or second day, that's good information, but that's not spreading, you know, how it is spreading in our school, or how our students, you know, whether or not our measures are effective or not.
And that's a great point, because last year, if you remember, we did start off on the first day of someone coming to school not feeling well, ended up being tested and then being positive. And so it did take our parents a while to adjust to the new norm of, if my kid doesn't feel well, I have to keep him home. And that is a concern that we have as a leadership team, is that parents, that they not become weary of doing that. That they continue to say, well, if my kid isn't feeling well, then they don't go to school, they don't go to the sports practice, they don't go to the game, because that can spread. And that's what, we've had a slow start to that, and I think our families really bought into that notion that, you know, stay safe to stay open. We sort of use that phrase over and over again, and families really bought into that of, like, my kid doesn't feel well, I'll keep him home, and then maybe they're gonna feel fine and go back, and maybe they're not, and they're gonna have to get tested, but that kept other students from having to be quarantined and spreading.
Laura, in the data that you sent earlier today regarding the cases from starting 9/13 to 9/19, which would be back up 1 week, right, or 14 days would be over that Labor Day period. Last year, there were 57 cases. That's the third highest case count for the high school, 11 cases at the middle school, 19 and 23 respective at Kennedy and Woodview. I mean, so those are a bit higher than the averages would suggest. Any reason to believe that that may have been Labor Day weekend?
Hard to tell.
Okay.
It could have been.
I mean, one of the concerns that I have, Steve, with that recommendation is it gives you only limited comparative data, which is one of the things that I thought was important. You know, that we would be able to look at essentially 2 months of data, which is about 35 to 39 school days, and be able to compare that year over year, number one. Number two, as I look at our own chart for Ozaukee County, granted not our own local data, we see a significant uptick in the October timeframe, and I think that was mentioned in the public comment tonight, you know, with a spike that occurs over the November-December timeframe. And the Simpson model and those things, I think that probably is reflective of what we might expect going into the future. Now, whether that's because the Delta variant right now is in the southern states where people are inside because it's too darn hot to be outside, and our spike occurs in the fall time period as we move from outside to inside, I don't know. But that 60-day period gave us an opportunity to see which side that trend line was moving. That was my rationale for our discussion last
And I
Monday.
agree with that, Paul. I think we need a little bit more time than 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks is too short to see how the conditions would be, so.
That's kind of what the framework does, is it, if we get to a certain point, then we add some mitigation to slow things down, get it under control.
That's why we would give it a little more time to get more data.
It allows us to road test our mitigating strategies, but from my perspective, it doesn't allow us a whole lot of time to really assess in an environment, well, what might the impact of those strategies have been at a time when we have a higher level of mitigation. In other words, if we'd be taking 35 to 40 days to keep masks on, and we'd actually be able to see over that 35 to 40 class day time period, how would our mitigation impacts, just like these charts up on the screen now, how would those mitigating factors have impacted our data over those days? To me, that's just another data point.
I think my issue with that is we'd have 60 days to look at it, and then we're going to be right back here having the same discussion. And I think Sean, don't correct me if I'm misquoting, asked at the last meeting, then, if we have a lot of cases, the default position will be, well, then we can't unwind it. If we don't have a lot of cases, the position would be, well, then we can't unwind it. And we're still not taking the administrative recommendation, whereas at least this, while starting at a more conservative point, we're following the administrative recommendation. We have it built in for when the masks come off, when the mitigation levels go up or down right from the start. It's not, let's just get together again and we'll see how we feel in 2 months. I just think that's a really bad way to make public policy in terms of, we're going to look at 60 days and we're going to have another discussion the same way versus having an actual policy that we can follow that isn't about like how somebody feels about how it's going. We're looking at the data, we're using the information and the framework that the administration put together, and we're just starting with that at a little bit more conservative point right at the beginning of the year. To me, the default position should not be, we're going to take the most extreme case. If it's debatable that there was no cases in the summer school, I haven't heard that there was one then. I would almost say starting at the second level is a little unnecessary, given what we experienced with masks optional all summer school. So the default position should not be to start with 2 months of this, and it's not really even based on anything, whereas at least 14 days is based on the administration's plan.
Right?
And then we're right back
still
here.
getting data. If we start, like what you're saying, Jerry, just using the framework, we're still collecting data, and we're going to see, if we hit 10% and we do that. I think that almost helps us see what's happening more, because we're letting that framework, we're seeing how it's working.
Well, I would say it would
You know what I
would let
mean?
us, I guess my thought is, it would let us adapt more quickly than just saying, without question, it's 60 days. And again, part of my problem with that is just from a policy standpoint is we come right back to here in 60 days. Not that I don't want to sit here again and listen to, more public comments, and the emails are terrific, but that's not a good public policy to me. That's not how we should be making policy. And I feel like administration made a thoughtful recommendation. I can budge on my view that 100% parents should have the choice on whether to mask their kids or not. If it's 14 days, I'm willing to say compromise and say we'll follow the administrative recommendation, but we'll start a little more conservatively.
Well, we got to remember, we want to keep the schools open. Right. So, we do have to take into account all the, Right,
and if it was
the points. So,
and if it's 20% on day 3, then, we'd be virtual.
Right, which would be bad for everybody.
Right,
We
yeah.
don't want to get there.
Right. But if it's 60 days and the numbers are significantly below that for 55 of them, that's 55 unnecessary days that we're doing something. And again, we're still back here having another meeting without any kind of mechanism to trigger getting back into the plan. It's just.
Well, I guess the way I'm understanding it is you start the 14 days. What you're suggesting is starting the 14 days with elementary masking, correct? And then wherever the data's at 14 days, that's where we enter into the framework. So if the masks are key, then we should be like below 5% would be the thought, right? And then we'd enter into, that's what I'm understanding. Is that not what you're saying?
No, you're correct. I mean, we would know if through those first 14 days, we will know where we're at. And if the first 14 days are successful, then we can pivot back to the mitigation factor. If we're not, we start it with masks, then we may have to be in masks longer, depending upon that.
And so what would the reasoning be to start with masks for 14 days versus just implementing the framework? So we start on day one, what's the data show? And then day two, what's the data show? And
certainly what your suggestion is the proposal that we had going into last Monday.
And I would support that more than the 14 days.
But my perspective to that would be that we have no operation, we have no data right now to be indicative of what a fully operational setting is going to look like, because we haven't been in school. So I mean, I am understanding the impact of the motion that you're making. It would allow for us to see that data in real time. It would allow us to see how the mitigating factors come into play in real time. The one concern that I still have is I look at that, and it's not up on the screen, but I look at the data that was sent out, the full data for all of the weeks, that week of 9/13 to 9/19, which presumably is over that holiday period. I'm reasonably convinced of that we had high case numbers. I'm trying to understand if of course I'm concerned about that. But we go into the year with our highest mitigation strategy in place, right? Elementary schools will have masks on. And as those 14 days click by, to the extent that we don't drop, and I don't know, at 57 students, would we be would we stay in a 10% trigger?
57's the high school. You're talking about
We would.
elementary.
I mean, so to the extent that case rate doesn't drop, we're at our highest level of mitigation. We have masks on, right?
That 57 was at the high school, which we're not.
Right, but I'm just assuming we're anywhere, because at Kennedy it was 19. Is that over the 10% trigger? That would be.
They're 5%, depending on the grade.
At the high school building.
No, at the elementary school.
It was 5%.
So last year at Kennedy, that was 19, and at Woodview, it was 23.
Which was 5%.
5%. So masks would stay on through the 14 days, right? Assuming there were no additional cases that moved it over 10, we'd be tracking our data, right?
Right, I hear you. I think it's 9 school days for me. So I mean, I hear what you're saying, Jerry, that you need an endpoint, and I get 14 days. For me, it's 9 school days. It was the argument I had on why I didn't want to do a semester. It was that, where was this ending? That's our whole, that's a really long time. I don't understand why it has to be there. So I understand that you're saying 14 days. To me, that's 9 school days. I don't know if that's enough data for me, because you said, where are we going to be in October? And it would be, I would have more internal data. We do have more to compare. And would that be a difference to me? Yes, it would make a difference, because I would know how our students are doing.
But I mean, we know that. I'm a little confused, because we would know that either. Like, we're collecting data no matter what. So what's...
Right, but a week, what can happen in a week? I mean, the 8th grade like the 8th graders had an incident, you could say, or, that triggered them having to close, like things can happen in a week. Things can happen in the community where we do have an event that maybe exposed a large, outside of school even, that exposed a large amount of students to COVID. So you could have a classroom, something could happen, and no one's fault. There was a birthday party, they were all together as a class, and on a Saturday, and then suddenly on Monday, a child tested positive, and you had close contact of 10 students out of 20, and that class is virtual. Would I look at that and go, okay, well, that's 10 students out of Kennedy. When I'm only looking at 9 school days, that doesn't give me a lot of, it can look horrible or it can look great, so we keep it, that to me is just a fluke. It doesn't let me see over time.
I understand what you're saying. Why is 60 days not a fluke? Yes, it's more, but I also view it as it's potentially more unnecessary measures when, to Sean's point, is we're collecting the data the whole time. It plugs into the plan that administration recommended, and we're not taking unnecessary steps. And again, none of this is to say that after the 14 days, if you wanted to have your child wear a mask, you can still have your child wear a mask. We're not, I know you know that. I don't like that the default position is 2 months, and at 2 months, there is no trigger to turn it off other than another meeting to discuss it, and we're collecting data either way.
Well, to me, the one difference in that, Jerry, is that for an extended period of time, you're providing the maximum level of mitigation strategies that we have at our disposal. All students wearing masks. Under this proposal, for a period of time determined to be 14 days, consistent with the administrative recommendation, all students are wearing masks at that maximum level. And to me, that is a difference, but I will tell you, I struggled with that notion of, okay, what happens at 60 days? Or at 35 days, we get to see our data relative to last year. We get to see how often the administrative recommendations regarding checkpoints would have kicked in, right? But we get the comfort of knowing, at least during that 35 class days, we were at the maximum level of mitigation strategies, that being all students wearing a mask.
I guess respectfully, I would say I don't know that it's comfort. Certainly comfort for some who could still do that anyway. I don't know that it's comfort for a lot of people to say they're not comforted by their kid having to wear a mask. And I'm certainly in that camp.
I think that's part of.
We're assuming that it's comforting, right? We're saying we're comforted.
Comfort is, I didn't mean comfort in the availability of data.
Right.
And I admit, I will readily admit that data does exist. It will exist whether we are at maximum mitigation level, everybody wearing masks, or we're at mask optional, because our cases will be our cases. And the question is, what mitigation strategies will we deploy? My perspective all along is that any and all mitigation strategies are yes, they're to provide for the health of students, but their primary benefit is to ensure that our buildings stay open, that we have as few cases as possible. Because if we get to that trigger point that says we need to close or we need to go virtual, that's not good for anyone.
You're right, but isn't that what the framework is set up to keep?
Agreed. I fully acknowledge that,
How are we
yes.
going to know that if we mask the whole time?
Well, there are 2 points there. One, we have a population of high school students that aren't masked. They have a mitigation, they've got extra mitigation by virtue of vaccines.
Okay.
So there's that population.
They've got another
And then we
measure.
have another population that is masked. We have data from last year where everybody was masked.
Yeah.
We'd have data this year where everybody is masked. So you could have masked on to masked on data.
We also have the Delta variant, which is supposed to be more contagious, which could skew results
Right.
as well. So I think that's that's where I kind of get, how valuable is the data going to be? And are we putting some of our kids who, this really is an issue, their mental health, the sensitivity or whatever, this is an issue for kids. I just don't think it should be ignored. I'm not saying that, the CDC and the AAP don't, I'm not saying they're not valuable, but I think in a school setting, we have to consider what that looks like in that classroom when this is the teacher. I mean, I'm in the classrooms, and that's, you have to figure out a safe way to balance that. That's why I like the framework, because it allows for some flexibility if things are okay, but then there's a trigger point if things are, getting bad, so.
I mean, I agree with Sean. I agree with what John Skolman said as far as, we hired administration, they did a good job. Last year, contrary to some opinions, we didn't do what the health department said almost at all last year. So it's like, well, you guys listened last year and it worked out. No, we didn't. We would have been virtual most of the year. So they put forth a plan. This is plugging us into it. Yes, I'd rather just start out at, at 0 and not at the 10% level. I feel like it's somewhat of a compromise, but more so than that, I feel like doing it this way allows us to have a policy that is automatically turning on and off the extra mitigation measures versus we're just going to meet
Us having
again
to
and we're
figure
going
it
to have
out
another
every
discussion. What's
whatever.
that?
I was agreeing, like us having to figure it out every whatever.
Because what's next then? Why wouldn't we take 60 days of data? Or 100 days of data. They're all going to be better, and then we'll just wear masks all year then. Just the default position should not be that we're going to wear masks as long as possible.
Can I ask a question about, Steve, your 10% motion, that includes all the checkpoints or all the items on page 31? Is that true? Would we follow those?
The motion would be just for
masks.
The masks and that first bullet point.
Okay, so we don't
You
go
don't
with
do
the
lunch
lunch periods back to last year's protocol. I'm just trying to.
Yep. Nope, it would just be the,
Or 6 feet,
that first bullet point.
Jeff, when is the first in-service day
It's
for the school year?
Monday, September 20th. So I know that at all of our levels, they're already planning to reevaluate the strategies that they have. So we think of at the high school, I know for a fact that they've already discussed trying to maximize the social distancing that they can have in their classroom and make sure that students are cohorted with the same groups in those classrooms until at least that day to see what is our data looking like, how is it going in our classrooms and some of those pieces. So they've already had those internal discussions, and I know at the middle and elementary schools, they're going to be reevaluating how are things going at this point. At the elementary level, it is no school. It's virtual learning for our secondary students. They'll be working with their classes for part of that day, but they will be reevaluating those pieces.
If we don't do this, and obviously there could be other motions, but as it's set, because this wasn't clear last week, what are we looking at the October meeting?
Well, doesn't that depend on what we do tonight?
What's that?
Or, you mean?
If it's,
what we were
just meet in
comparing.
October, we'll have more data.
And
What
what
does
does
the
that
data have
mean?
to say to change direction? I guess I'm not comfortable with we'll just look at it and we'll see what it
Yeah,
says.
that-
If we're going to see what it says, I see no reason to start as soon as possible. Again, coming off administrative recommendation and what we did for summer school and I don't see how that is a great way to make policy, to say, we'll just see and we'll just do it again in October, so I'm
I
asking.
guess-
What would we be looking at specifically, and I think that's a fair ask, in October?
Yeah, as somebody who supported that position Monday night, some of the things that I would look at would be case counts year over year. What do we expect them to be? We know that the burden rate right now is in the high category, right, according to the CDC, but it is still a third of what it was a year ago. And I believe that it is a third of what it was a year ago because of the high vaccination rate. That the community spread that we see in the community isn't consistent with what the burden rate of Ozaukee County, for instance, would suggest. So to me, we would at least be able to look at our data that would say, is our case count this year greater or less than last year? Because I would expect that it would be less. Now, I mean, from a business perspective, you design an experiment, you try to change as few variables as possible. If we can't control the Delta variant, that's a change that we just can't control, right? I mean, there are things that we can control. We can mask last year, mask this year. So I look to change as few variables as possible. So I'd look at the case data this year versus last year. I'd look at what do we expect versus what do we achieve. I would look at the data between the case counts at areas where we don't have masks in place versus areas that we do have masks in place. How do they compare? Admittedly, Jerry, I will tell you, I don't have a qualitative benchmark, and that was a concern of mine on last Monday night. And to this point, I haven't been able to think of a good qualitative benchmark.
Right, and even if you have you stated that those are some of the things you would look at, they could certainly change, but there presumably would be 6 other people with their own measures. And again, now, I mean, I don't know how that makes for a good way to make policy in comparison to what administration brought forward. I think, whether I agree or disagree, there are certainly elements I don't agree with. You know, a fully vaccinated individual having to wear a mask, I don't agree with. But at least the way that policy was brought forward, I feel good about what we're paying them to bring forward. That type of policy is easy to follow. It's not, well, you're going to look at it this way, I'm going to look at it this way, Joe's going to look at it that way, and then we'll just see how it goes again.
I think it'll be hard to have a consensus on what the data means in October.
Don't disagree. I would have one thought for you, Steve, to consider. Would you consider your motion, but the implementation of that 10% guideline would go into effect with the first full week of school? So it would not include the first 2 days, and it would not include the week of Labor Day. So it would go into effect the first full week, which would be September 13th. It would take out, in my opinion, it would take out what might otherwise be a disconcerting time relative to high case counts last year that, whether we like it or not, may be pinpointed to Labor Day. You can't control that. Labor Day is Labor Day. People are going to travel. But so we'd get past that piece. And we'd get past that piece with the maximum level of mitigation. Everybody would have masks on those first couple of days. They'd have masks on that next week, which includes that Labor Day week. And this policy would go into effect that first full week. It's the week of the 13th before kids are actually in school for a whole week. And then the next week, they're there for 4 days.
The 6th is Labor Day. I would amend it to start on the 7th and then end on the 24th. And then our board meeting's on the 27th for discussion.
Well, but, okay. What's the rationale behind the discussion part?
Well,
I guess, because I feel like the whole point was that after the 14 days, there doesn't need to be a discussion. We just plug into the frame.
Would agree. It would be that we would be able to review the data that we had collected. And
So it'd be the first few days, get through Labor Day, and then this would start on the 7th.
Start on the 7th.
Versus
And then 14 school days, which would take it to the 24th.
Oh, school day? No, 14 calendar
14
days.
days.
Well, I was in this, per what Paul had just asked for, I would say start on the 7th, go 14 school days to the 24th.
But it's just a matter of starting, you're proposing we put this in place on the 7th, the day after Labor, when we return from the Labor Day break.
Yes.
People would come back, the kids would come back to school with masks on, right?
And then 14 days?
14 school days.
Why school days now instead of days?
No, it would be just, you would follow the administrative guideline from that point.
Just 14 days?
Right. And if,
However, if you wanted a change, it also includes the 5 school days, wherever that would start, that it's got to be below 10%. So just to specify.
I think Paul had originally
Right.
said that he wanted it to start on the 13th, Steve's saying the 7th. It's 14 school days from the 7th, it is 14 days from the 13th.
Yeah,
So it's a question.
I think.
But the 13th doesn't make
We're getting to
much
the
sense.
exact, we're getting to the exact same end date, which is the 24th, correct?
Right.
So, but if it was 14 days from the 7th, that would be after Labor Day, that would satisfy that. It would be 14 days, which is in line with what the plan is.
yeah, and again, the
20th.
14 days represents the incubation period. So the theory is, and the strategy is that we'll have our maximum mitigation in place during that 14-day period, during the incubation period upon return from the Labor Day holiday, right? And if our case counts stay below 10% over that 14-day period, at the end of that 14-day period, we would move down to the next level of mitigation. And presumably, if it fell below 5%, we would go mask optional. Am I understanding that right, Jeff?
That's correct.
Okay, but during all 14 days, you're saying it would have to be below 10%?
No, I'm saying during that 14 days, it would be what it is.
We're-
If it
we're-
never gets to 10%.
We're at that
Right.
10% mitigation, that first bullet point,
Yeah, we're
regardless.
at that level. We're at the maximum mitigation level to start with, which is masks. We'll have masks on.
At the elementary.
I'd be fine with starting on the 7th and going 14 days. I don't.
Calendar.
So 7 to the 20th.
And I
And
guess
then-
I would look at it, it's not a matter of going days. We're going to start the administrative recommendation.
Right,
Well,
but
we're
we're
gonna
artificially.
Okay, so that's what I'm clarifying, because it's in the recommendation, would last for 14 days and until positivity drops below 10% for 5 school days. So it's not just 14 days and then, it's 14 and drop below 10% for 5 school days. Is that what you're saying?
I would ask administration. I mean, if this element kicked in on, so day 9-2 and 9-3, kids are wearing masks. 9-4, 5, and 6, they're off. 9-7, they're wearing masks, and we're now at the 10% checkpoint. So tell me how this element would play out. My understanding is that we would watch our positivity and quarantine rate, right? At any point that it fell below 10, we would move down to the next checkpoint.
5 days.
Because if it never achieved, or are we going 14 days out? If it never achieves,
For 14 days, this is intact for 14 days. So.
Okay.
So for the first 14 days to start the school year, after the Labor Day weekend, this is intact, so that would be it would start the 7th, and the 20th would be the last day, and then on the 21st would be the first day of whatever the outcome is from this 14 days.
and on the 21st, if never achieved a 10% rate. On the 21st, the rate is 6%.
Adults are wearing masks on Tuesday. Because you're at 6%.
We're at the mitigation, we're at the data point
Where
as
the
of
adults
the
in the
21st.
elementary.
Of the internal
Okay.
data of the.
Because then you would go back,
Or
you'd go to
no.
that 5%. So you can take that slide back.
We would be to this.
We'd be
Because
at
we'd
that,
still be
'cause
over
you're-
5.
Because you're at 6%. You said we're
Right.
at 6, so then we'd be at this.
Right.
So whatever, administration would implement whatever date you give to us that we would communicate to our families. And then if you approve all these other measures, then we would implement those measures moving forward based on the positivity rate.
Right, so like if we adopted all this, if in those 14 days, we hit 10%, which may not happen, could happen, then you have to enact and until.
Agreed.
We are in 5, yeah.
Agreed. And at that point, we are at maximum mitigation measures. Everyone's wearing masks, right?
Yes,
And we're getting to what
if we're at 10% and everyone's wearing masks, then we have significant concerns.
Yes. But we are at maximum mitigation measures.
Correct. Because then if after 14 days, we're still at 10%, if you go to the next slide, then, no, that one right there, then bullet 2, 3, and 4 are being implemented.
Yeah, if we hit 10% at any
Right.
point, even if it's in the first,
I mean-
like, as soon as we hit, even if we're doing the math and it's in within the first 14 days, if we hit 10%, all of them have to be implemented.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then to me, it's clearly noted as far as what the next level is, or how do we get back to the level behind. So we're following last year was unique. There was one main data point that we followed, and that was our internal data. If we would have followed the Washington Ozaukee County from the end of October to the beginning of January, we would have been virtual when we hit our big spike with our community burden. So, that's, if there are other things that we want to check, I certainly think that we have to identify that so everyone can look at the same data. We provide our data, and we'll continue with our dashboard, but if there are other things that we want to review, I think we just have to determine what those are, not that everyone's looking at different data, and then we're having discussions on, well, I see this and I see that.
So just to be clear, so we would start with masks when school opens,
Well, the day after Labor Day.
right?
Second and third.
No, on the
No,
first,
we would
like
start
on the
with that.
September 1st. Right, we're not suggesting that you don't wear masks
Right.
on
No, no.
September
Right.
1st and
That-
2nd.
Those days.
And
So
then
you
you
start
wear
with,
them the next week.
start with masks and then,
That's what you meant, okay.
then the 10-day or the 10% kicks in on 9/7,
Yes.
right? And then depending on what our experience is during those 14 days would dictate, and possibly during that time period, if we're at a 10%, we're going to enact some of the 3 other bullet points during that time period, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But if we drop below 10%, or we don't hit 10% during that time, and then we'll look at where we are at on the 21st,
Right.
and see, okay, we're at 7%, we're now following the 5% guidelines.
Yes.
So I will have to go back. Are you amenable to amending your motion
Yes.
for that later start date?
So, Kara, are you ready? Okay. So do I have to rescind mine first, or?
No, we have, assuming
Yes.
whoever second is willing to sign on to these amendments.
Okay. So I motion to start the 2021-2020 school year with a 14-day face covering mandate as noted under the 10% checkpoint in the 2021-22 school plan for Kennedy and Woodview, with masks being required on 9/2 and 9/3, and the 14-day period beginning on Tuesday, 9/7.
Jerry, you seconded the motion?
I'd second, yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I still think I think it's too short. I think we should get a little bit more data and give it more time That's my opinion, just to see how things would be progressing. Because I don't know if, like, whatever, 2 weeks, 3 weeks into school, I just think that's too short to see how things would be going.
I would agree that it's shorter than I would like, and that I initially intended to be reasonable. At the same time, we are able to continue to road test our mitigation strategies. And in the event that, so we hit the upper limit, right? We do so that upper limit of 10%, which nobody wants to, because if we're moving in that direction, we're moving away from our ultimate goal, which is to keep kids in school. But if we continue to move to that upper limit, there are the maximum mitigation measures will remain in place. If we're moving away from that upper limit, in fact, moving to the lower limit or a lower limit, then the mitigation strategies are removed. And I agree. I was hoping to get more data to assess longer. This just puts us onto the administrative recommendation and path sooner and provides the same level of maximum mitigation when we're moving up, and the reverse is true as we're moving down, from my perspective. Agree.
Yeah, I'm probably, I mean, obviously, I would want more data, I wish we could have 3 more days, to finish out that week, but I do understand, I was saying the 24th, but I do understand it would at least give me some data, because that's one of my concerns has been, I don't actually have any data for how our students are doing, all of our students, all of the elementary school students in class, how is it going? I don't know if it's going to be 5%, obviously, we're hoping not 10%. But if it's 10% the first, 2 days, then we're at all of those things right away. And this whole discussion, we're just following right from day one then, because we'll be with masks for the full 14 days. We all agree. We'll just go with administration's recommendation at that point, which will be all of those things for 14 days. And it has to drop, it's actually even more strict.
It will be more, yes.
Yeah.
It will be more. Because then we would have to get the next 5 school days
Right.
at a rate below 10.
But it at least gives me some
Yes.
data.
So then, by the did you say the 24th of September?
No,
Or, sorry.
21st.
21st. So after that, we would just go right to the plan without having to come back and discuss this, right? Instead of let's take a look on October, right? That's what last week's motion was?
Yep, the district would look at the internal data based upon the checkpoints that are in the proposal.
So if rates are up, then we would go right to whatever plan is?
If the rates are up, we're going immediately
Right, to the
that,
checkpoints.
no matter what day it is.
Yeah,
I
so
just
I guess,
clarifying.
so let me just offer just a thought. At the September board meeting, I don't know that there would be an agenda item for action. There would be an agenda item, or maybe it's part of the superintendent's report, where you would actually report out the data, not unlike the tables that we're seeing here. So what does the table show? What is the status of each of our buildings? What level of mitigation are we actually at based upon our case counts? So it's not like, we're not going to revisit this again, but there would be no reason to sit down, to Jerry's point, and have another discussion that would require us to take action. We'd have a plan in place that would guide action and inform action.
Yes, I envision every month having this be a standing agenda item, because I do think that we are going to need to be able to pivot to various pieces that we believe these are the mitigating factors that we should be looking at, or that would work to pivot either up or down, but there may be other things we're going to need to bring to the board for approval. So every month we would be reviewing our data like we did last year. We reviewed the data and where we were, and there might not have been action items attached to it. It might have been part of my superintendent's report, or there may have been pieces that we needed feedback from the board on to get approval.
Any further discussion? Sarah, are you able to read back the motion?
school year with a 14-day face covering mandate for KES and WS, as noted under the 10% checkpoint in the 2021-22 school year planning proposal, with masks being required on 9/2 and 9/3 and the 14-day period beginning on September 7th.
Any final discussion? To call the motion, all those in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Take a voice vote. Sean, how do you vote?
Yes.
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 It passes. Any additional consideration for additions, modifications, or deletions to the plan? Hearing none, then I'd entertain a motion to approve the plan as presented, subject to the modification by virtue of the motion just passed.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, aye? Aye. Opposed? We'll take a voice vote. Sean, how do you vote?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 And the motion passes. Any final thoughts?
I have a thought. I am thankful, though, that we are starting with the school year in masks, just so we could at least get some data. I would have liked it longer, but I'm grateful that we are at least starting so we could see how cases go up or down. I just, my thing is, I just want to make sure the students are okay. But I do think we need to look at also a lot of what some of the people were saying about the effects of how their students were really traumatized by a lot of the mask wearing, and if they could work with their teachers or the psychologist, if we can offer more assistance with that, I think, because that does, it's hurtful when you hear that, because we don't want students to feel that way. I personally know some people who have reached out, and it was hard to hear, but I'm glad that we had those discussions. So thank you for sharing, those who did.
Other thoughts?
I would just like to say thank you, Paul, for moving forward and having the discussion tonight. I think this was needed, and I think you took the feedback and the responses that we're getting and moved forward with having this tonight. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I also just want to acknowledge administration and Jeff, for the success that we did have last year, and for his time and effort of him and his staff for, putting together this plan, and what he's done as far as with the board direction, and appreciate everything that he's done and will do for us this school year.
Yes. There was a lot of information shared, including from Laura. So yes, thank you to Jeff and everyone for providing us with the information. I think we all have the same goal, that we know what's best is for the kids to be in school and be in person. And I think we all want that and know that's the best thing, and we have to strive to make that happen.
I'd second that or third that. Like I said before, I think it's important that we're following the recommendation or implementing the plan, but also I'm glad we had this meeting, and I think there are definitely lessons we need to learn, so we're not in this position. Mostly, I would say, one, that we can't make policy that way, the way it was proposed at the last meeting. And secondly, I think we hopefully learned tonight, or at least the view of some people, that, at no point were we suggesting that you can't put a mask on your kid. I think we have to be extremely careful about the idea or the limits of what our role is here. And I feel like we're very close to crossing over that in the last week. And I'm glad we had this meeting to, I feel like, at least come to somewhat of a compromise and stick to administration's plan, but also to maybe rein it back a little bit as a board in terms of what we're trying to do for other people's kids.
I want to push back a little bit on that statement, Jerry, because I feel that as a school board, we are responsible for the kids, okay? So I feel that whether or not, we're responsible for the kids' safety. We want to keep them safe, whether it's from active shooters, gun violence, even COVID. We really have to look at all the measures we took to keep kids safe, correct? And we are elected as a board to make difficult decisions, but when it comes to disease and illnesses, we need to look at our medical community to guide our decisions so we can govern safely and responsibly for the students. And that means looking at we would look at American Academy of Pediatrics and all the healthcare entities and all the professionals who went to school to do this work. So when it comes to the health and safety of our students, I think we do need to look at medical people to govern properly.
I think
That's
it's,
Yes, how I see it.
I don't disagree that we should consider it, but
Right.
it rings somewhat hollow since we didn't do that last year. And I
Well,
don't remember anybody saying,
okay,
hey, we're
but-
not following the experts' advice last year, we should go virtual.
No, but if I could, Jerry, I don't believe we got to that line. And I appreciate the deliberation tonight that brought us back to a more meaningful and readily apparent method and tool to ensure that maximum mitigation strategies are deployed at times of highest case rates. But I think if our primary goal, and I don't believe our primary goal was ever, it's always to advocate for student safety and student health. But I think our primary goal was to ensure that we're open. And, I don't know how or when we got to this point in our country, our community. During all my years as a professional manager, a team leader, a company president, or a school board president, responsible for the safety and well-being of my staff, employees, or students, I can't remember a time where we so readily ignored the guidance and direction of those responsible just for advising us, not for telling us how to keep kids safe, but for those advising us about aspects of health and safety. From the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, to the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, Washington Ozaukee County Health Department, OSHA, and now our own community of pediatricians and doctors, and so many more. It's astonishing to me, and I'm sure it must be astonishing to many, that we're at that point. And if nothing else, to me, it speaks of a different level of havoc that the pandemic has actually created. But it speaks further to the gravity of our action, and it explains the passion that are on both sides, regardless what position you take. Well, I don't understand exactly how we got to this point. I understand clearly why we're here. The Grafton Board of Education is committed to ensuring that Grafton schools stay safe to stay open. Our goal is to provide in-person learning for the entirety of the 2021-22 school year, just as we did last year. That was our primary goal. I don't think that we took on our primary goal as ultimate safety of the children. It's a secondary goal in this case, because if our rates go too high, we're virtual. That's not the best learning experience. Like last year, we entered the school year with a lot of unknowns, right? And we put a lot of mitigation strategies in place, many of which don't get a whole lot of time. And Jamie's sitting back here, and he's been to all of these meetings, but he's been instrumental in leading, I believe, some of the things that are most important, which is strategies that keep our buildings clean and healthy. Best in class MERV 13 filters in all of our school buildings that filter out particulates from 0.3 microns to 10 microns. Promoting hand washing and respiratory etiquette, promoting vaccines and contact tracing. Certainly mask is an issue, and we heard the debate tonight on both sides of the mask, right? It's good that we're taking an opportunity to gauge our comeback data in a full operational setting. I think it's good and better policy, Jerry, that we are actually moving forward with the administrative recommendation as quickly as possible. That puts us on a path to determine whether or not those mitigation strategies work and stay at the highest level when they need to be at the highest level. And for that, I thank the deliberative action of the board tonight. To listen to the things that were heard, to turn that into reasonable policy that is meant to keep us safe, to stay open. That was our ultimate goal. So I thank you all, administration, and anyone still here for sharing their perspectives that allowed us to reach this plan that clearly, we trusted our plan last year. It worked. Let's move forward and execute this plan with the same diligence to ensure that we stay safe, to stay open. Any additional comments? If there are none, then I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, and we are adjourned. Thank you.